Hi. Okay. Why did I say it like that? Hi. Yes. I was just thinking about this earlier. Like I was just thinking back to this case and what I remember of it, like what I remember happening in it, and just from, of course, it's not every single detail, but like what. I don't want to say it specifically, but just like the kinds of knots that these people tie themselves into, and like in like the context that we're in here is a theme park, murder at a theme park. If this were Disneyland, by the way, like the secret Disney police would have had that. They would have done the investigate. They would have moved the body off of the property before declaring him dead. Well, before declaring him dead. So then legally, technically, nobody's ever died. Isn't that a myth, though? People have been pronounced. Whatever. Okay. Let's play the game. This case is just crazy, and writing is, but it's weird. There's a heartfelt twist to it, and it works. And it's like when you can act like convincingly contextualize a fucking insane, like Pee-wee's Playhouse meets Perry Mason, which is just Ace Attorney in general, I guess you could say. It's like Yoko Shimomura carrying Kingdom Hearts on her back with her score, right? Incredible. Do I have touch on? No, I do. Alright. March 13th, 2:34 p.m., Wild Wild West area.
Looks like we got the boot again.
With Lance safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder.
You mean the infighting between the kidnappers?
Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy! Tell me it's true! Tell me that you've really found my boy! Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium.
Then my little Lance is unhurt?
He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lung.
Oh, poor Lance! It must have been so horrible for him! Locked up like a... Say something to console her, Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't know what to say.
It's gonna be okay, Mrs. Pops. Mrs. Mrs.
Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say, I'm relieved that Lance is all right. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter? Oh yeah, tender lender. I love her so much. I love Viola. She's fucking iconic. She's one of the most iconic. Like, that was a filler case, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Not really, with Furio Tigre involved, but she's like one of the most iconic side characters, like one-off characters in Ace Attorney ever. I love that bitch so much. I love her. The way Lance is being chased after women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know. Here, take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? Yes, it is. Well, yeah, it is. Because it is. Because it's like, oh, his dad said it was fine. It's like, but Lance isn't there to consent to that, so yeah, this technically is illegal.
My dear Lance Amano, may I come see you again? Your beloved Viola.
I don't have the Viola voice. It's a very simple love letter. It's a very simple love letter.
Oh? Hey, let me...
that's a love letter to you? I don't think he's ever gotten one. This will change by the end of the game in some fashion. And you'll see what I mean by that, because I will not shut up about it. I told you about this here. And why? Oh, god damn it, I can't even say it because you'll know who said it. Okay, relax. Okay.
Oh? Hey, let me see. Huh? That's really weird. It's from a loan company. Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me.
She's so, Kay, you're so smart. That wasn't Edward, that was me. Kay, you're brilliant.
I just read what it said on the envelope.
Well, still, you're very observant for your age.
Thanks.
And you tell me I don't know how to take a compliment.
When did I say that? I didn't say that.
Well, you've been calling me mean.
You're getting a little better. Where'd they take the body?
Off to autopsy.
Oh, I thought it would just... I thought somebody stole it.
No, Kay. At least I would hope not. Although that would not be a surprising development. So this must be the blue Badger-mobile that Officer Meekins was driving.
He said it was stolen, didn't he?
Don't tell me that you were the one who stole it.
What the heck are you talking about? I don't even have a license! It's illegal to drive a car without a license! A great thief doesn't break the law!
This little girl has a very odd understanding of the word law. Well, you know. As kids do.
If these were real, I wonder what you put in them.
Water would be the obvious answer.
But if you stored water in a barrel under the blazing hot sun, wouldn't it go bad?
People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted.
Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really like the strange taste.
Look who's making fun of them now. Okay, so it's the same dialogue. Oh, what happened to your elbow?
He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. Oh, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try.
Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all of the flowers you've gone through.
I suppose. If they were me, then...
I believe that you said that you were Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct?
Yes, I am, but... Oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. It's so wonderful.
Edward's thinking like, and so temporary. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring?
So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out or is it just one-sided?
Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? King, say it, yes. Yes! Naturally just know. I think this is foreshadowing. I fucking love this game so much. Ah! Wait, does the... No, hold on, hold it. Does the strategy guide have the concept art? No, but that's okay. That's alright, that's fine. The art book has the concept art. And I do not have... I do not have that. Those are hard to find. Especially the Ace Attorney Investigations 2 art book. That's really hard to find. I would love a copy of that. Either of them. Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? You're asking a 17-year-old about this.
My father...
Well, I guess he was just sort of openly questioning it. Wondering out loud.
My father used to work for Mr. Amano. And so, Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud.
I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano group? What did he do?
I heard his job was to fly around the world. On Pegasus.
Pegasus?
Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now, it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned.
Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of.
It's been so long. I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live. Hey, Edgeworth, Mr. Edgeworth, your badge kind of looks like a ring pop.
Please do not try to lick it.
You can't think I'm that stupid.
Of course not, but what else are you implying?
Well, now that you mention it, it does kind of look like a weird forbidden fruit that you're not supposed to eat. With all, like, the spikes and stuff? Have you seen, like, that datura plant? Where if people eat the seeds and boil them into a tea, they have these, like, crazy hallucinations.
Edward's like, we are not ever. She knows about poison. I already know. I know where this is going. This is like Belladonna, and she's gonna start telling me about, like, foxglove. We're not going near this. About this incident.
Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident.
How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped?
Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition.
You based everything on that? I think that's the... No, Cole accused a lady. He put woman's intuition in that lady's mouth. Lauren just said it outright, so I was like, that's different. Detectives is the same. Wait, there's gonna come a time where we stream Detroit Become Human, and I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind, but it's gonna be really good. I just don't know when that time will be. God, what a fucking disaster piece. It's like the video game equivalent of The Room. You based everything on that?
I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny.
She started fantasizing again.
So what are you gonna do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. We've been to the isolation room. We've been to the crime scene. The kidnapper's hideout. That would be underground, wouldn't it? The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout.
But we're still not allowed in, remember?
Agent Lung and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there's no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. What do you think? Which one? Will you let me examine the cat?
Ha! I got you now, you vile criminals!
I think the kidnappers would have better sense than to try hiding in these.
Oh, come on, lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think that the criminals would be hiding here right in front of two officers.
I certainly hope not. Something just dawned on me, that's all. That's all. Pardon me, sir.
Are you a cat person, Mr. Edgeworth?
No. I mean, I don't have anything against them personally. But I've always been fond of dogs.
Oh, me too! Dogs can do all sorts of cool things. You can't train a cat to, like, backflip.
I'm not sure if you can train a dog to backflip.
You need to open your mind more, Mr. Edgeworth.
Perhaps I do. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here.
Sorry, can't let anyone through. Agent Lung's orders.
Suppose I'll have to deal with this in class for now. Can I look here? What do you have to report?
Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir.
Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside?
Sir! Roger, sir.
That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lung order you not to allow me in?
Sir! That's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. He's got clout. And I couldn't refuse a request from him.
Wow! Looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following.
Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir.
What is this? The man in this picture.
Penitentiary prison. Oh my fucking god. I forgot. Like penitentiary. That's so good. God.
It's just, there's nothing like Ace Attorney. I love it. The man in this picture. Isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? Weight 123.45 pounds. Might as well have written yes please in the sex. We're one step away from that. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Penitentiary prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and daughter are, but let's see, but despite our surveillance, he's yet to show up. The man in this picture, isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon?
But the name here says Colin Deveray.
That's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Deveray was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison?
What? Then what was he doing here? At a theme park?
That is unnerving. Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. Colin Deveray dossier data. Jesus, that's a tongue twister. Colin Deveray dossier data jotted down in my organizer.
Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore.
That's alright, Kay. It's perfectly fine to admit when you're at an impasse. That's how brainstorming sessions happen, I've come to realize.
I mean, they teach you that in school.
I didn't have any friends. I had a couple of friends in school, Kay, but most of the kids mostly avoided me.
What? Really? Me too!
Oh, really? I'm sorry. The officer's like,
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, maybe you have ADHD.
No, okay, I think I'm simply trying to keep up with the air of the room.
Well, we can cruise it together.
Alright. Anything else left to add?
No, I don't have any, like, cool one-liners to go off on.
The officer's like, yes. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? Hint, hint, wink, wink. These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine. Let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout.
Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later.
More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer?
It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir.
I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Care to explain in a bit more detail?
Dude, he's trying to tell you, like... He's trying to tell you... Mr. Prosecutor, goddamn, you should know this. He's trying to tell you in, like, the weasel word way that, like, hey, yeah, I don't know. It was locked up a little while ago. But now it isn't anymore. I don't know what could have happened. That's weird.
At first, like, what happened to it? It's like, dude, just read the room.
Mr. Edgeworth! Read the room!
Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir.
I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lung's leftovers. Well, let's see what I find.
That's a...
Isn't that an interesting thing to think? Isn't that an interesting thing to just appear in your internal monologue? I get his leftovers. What else are you thinking about getting? March 13th, 2:55 p.m. Kidnapper's hideout. So, this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed.
Well, you were tied up for a while in the room next door.
Okay, please. Must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. Begin investigation. Kidnapper's hideout. We'll talk in a little bit. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state.
Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off. I feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection away.
I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. Sure. Beyond this door
Is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you.
must you keep reminding me?
Okay. Alright. Mr. Edgeworth.
She looks like she wants to take him by the shoulder, but he's just looking down at her like what? She's like,
Bruce Lee once said, "Do not focus on where you fell, but where you slipped."
I'll keep that in mind, thank you.
But it's the room where I got to see her awesome face!
You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. I haven't had tea today.
You like tea, Mr. Edgeworth?
Not a fan?
I like boba tea.
Oh.
You don't like boba tea?
I'm not fond of the tapioca pearls. I find them... they... It's just incongruous with the concept of a cold drink.
I think you were just putting together big words to express your frustration, Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, you're quite observant. But that holds no defense. There is no defending boba tea. Absolutely unacceptable.
Oh, come on!
It must be outlawed.
Hey, that's like discriminatory!
Alright, well, then it must be regulated.
Is that discriminatory?
No, but I think it skirts the legal definition a little bit. I shouldn't be telling you this.
Why not? You're like teaching me about the law and stuff.
Well, I don't want to teach you how to evade the law.
Well, I don't want to. Well, I certainly don't want to see you get arrested, which I fear you might view as what? What? See, that your reaction to that is what concerns me.
I could just break out of prison. Mr. Edgeworth, I could break out of prison so fast. I could do it like, I could get, you saw how fast we got out of there.
Okay. Edgeworth's like, I do not want to think about you in prison. Like, don't. And like, do you remember being a teenager and saying something that would like stress out an adult in your vicinity? Hopefully so, I hope so. And you don't really get why, but they're just like, and you look back on it and you're like, oh, they were just trying to be like responsible about the topic, or they were just trying to be like, oh yeah, that's right, this is, there's a teenager here. We gotta behave a little bit differently. At first, like, I can't outwardly talk about how we need a second plague.
Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth!
It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it?
Would you still use a broken mirror if it could be repaired? Would you still use it? That seemed like it'd be kind of sick. Like, it wouldn't provide an accurate reflection, really, but I don't know, it's kind of like a holographic card instead of your reflection. That'd be kind of sick if you did it right. Like, if you took it to the right glass artist. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know anything about glass or mirrors or how they work or how they're made. But that sounds cool. Or like a mirror made of different shards from other mirrors. Would that work? What kind of reflection would that give? Is that how weird fucked up like fuckhouse fun mirrors are made?
A sign advertising the photo rally. Something I have absolutely no interest in.
Yeah, but I do! And I'm gonna get my hands on the rest of the Badger family. You'll see!
She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation.
Like, how can you be a miserly old miserable jerk around this? He's like, I am the jerk. I would be being the jerk. Edgeworth learns okay, Investigations 1, Edgeworth learns empathy. Investigations 2, he uses it to great success. Investigations 2 is one of the most well-written games that I've ever played and that I would personally recommend. It is it is amazing how everything is I mean, they use every part of the animal with that story, and it is so well tied together. Look how much energy she has. She has ADHD for sure.
I gotta get all of my sister, Mr. Edgeworth! I'd like run around. I got in so much trouble in school because I would like get out of my seat all the time. But I had to run around. I had to run around and think. Because if I don't run around and think, then I can't get my thoughts out and I have to stay in one place, and it's like asking me to stick in one thought. And you don't want me to stick on one thought. That's not how you think.
And Edgeworth's like he gets it. He gets that line of thought, even though he's not like that himself. Obviously, he doesn't need to do that. That's kind of a weird thing we have with the 3D plane going on, but anyway. Even though he doesn't feel the need to do that, he's like, no, that makes sense. Yeah, why would you? Yeah. Sure, if you need to run around to proceed to the next bit of logic, then do that. That's more logical than sitting in one place and not being able to proceed to step 2.
She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation.
That was I made you jump for a long time, Kay. That was very impressive. Please take a break.
Ooh, they have barrels like these just outside.
Yes, and?
Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them?
There's an expectant gleam. Is that another typo? I'm sorry. I'm sorry it throws me off so much. My great-grandma was an English teacher, and that trickled down to like, she'd always correct my grandma's English at home, and, like, her kids' like, she'd always correct my grandma's English at home. And then that trickled down into my grandma always correcting my mom's English at home. And then that trickled down into my mom and my grandma correcting mine and my dad's grammar in our English at home, so. Gleam. Okay, gleam. I got gleam convinced. I got it confused with the verb to gleam. Which is sort of similar. There are so many typos in, like, basic ass typos in, and not that, this isn't a AAA title. You couldn't, well, it's a huge franchise, but when I say AAA, I'm talking like there are some pretty unacceptable typos in Assassin's Creed Shadows that I hope are fixed by now. But it's just like, come on, guys, seriously, this is bare minimum text for stuff. If we can't get that right, what can we do? Also, video games are on a more positive note, video games are such a great incentive for kids to read, because if you can't read, how can you play Minecraft? How can you play Fortnite if you can't read? Genuinely, I mean it. If it incentivizes kids to read, that's great. Seriously. There's an expectant gleam in her eyes that I'm about to dash. But I won't. Or I suppose I just did.
Mr. Edgeworth, you never said.
Oh, well, I'm just not sure what I would... Wait a moment, it just dawned on me. I know what you want me to say.
Do you?
That is not where I would hide a body, Kay.
Well, where would you?
I'm not telling you that.
You've thought about it, huh?
No, I really haven't. Not personally.
You have, haven't you?
And he's like, I haven't. Like, kind of gets in her face a little too much. Right? Like, he's got the courtroom on him, like the courtroom face on now. He's like, oh yeah, oh. He feels bad because he scared her, right? He's like, oh. He's like, no, in the context of prosecuting murders, you need to think.
I know. To catch a great thief, you need to think like a great thief. Same thing applies, right?
Precisely. So I've thought about it in that context, but personally, no. And I'd like to leave it at that, if you don't mind. And I'm... and I'm very sorry for... being mean just now.
So you do get it. And it's okay. Just don't do it again.
Well... I don't do it on purpose, but I can't promise it won't happen again. But if it does, I will be twice as apologetic.
Okay.
He's like, oh, things are surprisingly easy with her sometimes. Like, she's surprisingly easygoing in all the right moments. It's refreshing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh yeah, me either. A poster of Gatewaterland is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewaterland has it all, and it's waiting for you. I was thinking about this, I could just play the game, talk about that later. Imagine if they made, like, imagine, because Gatewater is a play on Watergate Hotel. I was thinking, imagine if Watergate Hotel had a theme park around it. That would be really fucking weird, wouldn't it? That'd be really fucking weird. In fact, they mentioned that earlier. They do mention that. They're like, that. Why did they spend all the money on the fucking theme park? Why did the state spend their money on a goddamn theme park? That's a really good question. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewaterland has it all, and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it?
It kind of is when you read it like that.
You think so?
With, like, the flourish and stuff. You could be a good movie narrator. Like the guy who announced, like, coming soon to theaters.
It sounds more like you want to do that, Kay.
Yeah, but if I go around stealing everybody's role, then I won't have time to be, you know, actually in mine.
Kay, you are very wise for your age. I mean this genuinely. Please know this.
Thanks? Thanks. I guess?
Edward's like, he's like, why do I keep failing at why do I keep whiffing this so many times in a row?
Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. By the look, I don't know.
There are 3 chairs set around the table.
It's very likely the kidnappers sat in these. It seems like someone just got out of their seat pretty quickly. Someone was here pretty recently. Cheap okay, yeah. Just say styrofoam cups, dog. We know they're cheap. Just by virtue of that. Cheap styrofoam cups.
Looks like only 3 cups were used. Why does it matter they're cheap?
Well, it means they're of inferior quality.
Inferior, well, value is subjective, Mr. Edward.
Edward's like, can you stop? Not in a mean way, but he just looks at her like, sort of surprised, like, can you stop being so insightful for your age? My God, you've, in your own words, spit more facts in the last 2.5 hours than I have heard most adults, functioning adults, in the courtroom. I'm not trying to patronize you, Kay. You have a very bright future ahead of you, and I don't want you to self-sabotage by getting yourself arrested before you're even 18. He has this, and he looks worried, right? Now that she's like,
Oh man, all of the frown lines on your face are getting all deeper. If it stresses you out that much, then I guess for the sake of your... Well, then I won't get to see you make funny faces.
and he's like, I think that's well worth the trade-off, please. But like, while they're having this banter, like, it's kind of shows on her face, like, oh, I get it. I get it why you're this... I get it why you're on my ass about everything I'm doing now, okay. This paired with all the, like, wow, you're a really smart kid. Okay, that makes sense. I don't think he's... I'm slightly less inclined to think that he's bullshitting me. No. I already checked this area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. It never does. I wonder what this key is to.
You got me.
It reminds me of the key we found in the other room.
That's it! This must be the key for one of those trapdoors!
That wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it.
Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one?
I am not having this conversation with you.
Why not?
Because Okay. You have to think of it like this. Why should a grown man... And he says this with kind of a look of dread on his face, like, why should a grown man approaching 30 be teaching a 17-year-old girl how to effectively wriggle through crawl spaces? The answer is not at all. Not at all. Whatsoever. Why not? And he's like, it's just inappropriate. And let's leave it at that.
That's inappropriate.
Kay doesn't say this, but like, you know, growing up as a teenager in like class or whatever, you'll hear the staff be like, that's inappropriate, that's inappropriate. As a kid, you're like, we're just talking, but then, like, you know, you look back and you're like, yeah, no, you hear some teenagers say some crazy shit that's like, no, you're way too young to be talking about that. It's uncomfortable. It's like we have an obligation to moderate this here. This must be where they dispose of old and worn out costumes. I love this. She's me here.
That's so sad.
It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. In the hideout, there's a trash bin for old and useless costumes. This is me. No, I thought there was more on that. No, she does mention the Badger costumes a little bit more. And we'll see what she means. I'm like, girl, I feel that. Okay. Just being very costumes. I hear him pronounce it costumes in my head.
Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too.
It's not a trapdoor. It's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay.
I know that. We've been over this.
The door leading to the outside world was locked. So Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Now the ladder. This door is, well, the door now, I suppose. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. Cops suck. Okay, they had to get in here somehow.
Yeah, but like, they do that to normal people's doors. They just like burst down the door.
Well, not all of them.
And one is too much. One is way too many.
And he sees that she's getting really rubbed up and serious about this, and he's like, okay, the last thing I want to do is make her mad. Absolutely not. And not even from just like a self-preservation standpoint. He's like, I don't want to see her mad. I don't want to see her upset. I don't like that. I scared her a little, and I hated myself. That scared me. I hated myself for that. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Hey, that kind of looks familiar. To us, anyway.
Looks like a sword. A broken sword.
Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Okay, what is this sword? Okay, it's a prop sword. I was saying, Jesus Christ. What's your head made of? Well, the human skull is very, very tough. But you still need to wear a helmet. At a theme park! You might as well! Those places are fucking death traps. You'll move on. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Why would it be broken like that? Swords don't usually break on their own.
That's true.
Alright then, let's think about it in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later.
Yeah. I'll just have it chew out in the background.
Precisely. Our brains will come up with a solution in the meantime. If not a solution, then we'll get one step closer. The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up and wide open. Be careful of where you step, Kay.
I only fell into that other opening once, you know. Be fine.
Alright, Kay, if you die... Kay. If you die in my presence, you are a minor. I am liable for that. If you're injured in my presence, I am liable for that, Kay? Legally. So please, don't hurt yourself, alright? Like, again, she's like, yeah, obviously. She's like, obviously he's okay, yeah, that makes sense, legally. But she's like, again, she gets it that it's not entirely out of self-preservation by this point. It's like, okay, he actually, he cares, and he cannot be mean.
That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up.
I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force.
Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent.
But how is that possible after what that officer told us?
Yeah. If the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked.
So, the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? Give me a sec. There is something about, like, when you read something out loud, you process less of the information or something. I heard that somewhere once. I don't know if that's true. I don't know what the studies are on that, but it would make sense. It would make a lot of sense. Just with my personal experience reading shit in video games aloud so far on streams and, like, just not knowing what to do or what happened despite all of or what just happened despite all of that, I'd be inclined, I could believe that. So, okay, let's answer this. The lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? Well, there isn't any sign of forced entry, or rather forced exit. So it seems like... Yet the lock is intact. Well, I mean... Is there any key to this lock? Because someone would have to have a... Did they mention that? That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's why I mentioned not retaining shit that you read out loud. But we'll see. I'm putting the cart before the horse with all this stuff, but I don't care. I love these games so much. All right. Is this everything? And if it is, then...
Yes.
So, this is the room next to the one we were held prisoner in.
You know,
Is it prisoners or prisoner? I think both would be grammatically correct. Hey, if there's one Ace Attorney series to nitpick the grammar in, it would be Investigations. The most, actually, of the whole series.
You know, I took a peek in here through the door from the other room.
As did I, Kay. Anyway, if this room was truly the kidnapper's hideout...
Then
Anyway, what do you mean?
that means there should be some clues to their identities here, right?
I don't know if there are. However, the probability is quite high. I believe a thorough combing of this room is necessary. We did. Oh, we have a lot. Okay. Costume pieces, folding chairs, 3 or more setups. Very likely the kidnapper sat in these. 3 cups. The coffee looks like it was poured today. And that means the kidnappers were active in this place today. The common denominator between the cups and folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3.
Oh, the rule of thirds makes its way into everything, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
It certainly seems to.
Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers.
Indeed. Something isn't adding up. Literally.
I think that was your best joke so far.
Oh, that was my worst one so far. Do you mean that?
I think all your cop jokes suck because, like, you work for them, you know?
I got that.
Okay, but, like, sometimes you need it spelled out to you.
He can't even deny that. He's like, well, thank you. I'll try and work on my routine. Is it possible that there's a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? Is it? Door leading outside. Oh! You know... I already checked this area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. The combination of these 2 things being broken at the same time implies that this was used... I don't know exactly what the term is, but this was used to, like, sabotage the lock. Right? Like, you know, when people put up
put up a chair against a doorknob or something. Or, like, or not sabotage the lock. It's to create a barrier. It's to barricade. You're barricading themselves. And when it was forced in, it was kicked in from the inside, right? Yeah, you would have, obviously, you would have to. So that's when the sword broke on impact. But a prop sword is gonna break very, very, very cheaply. I was thinking of a much different sword that we saw earlier. Let's see if I remember it. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time.
But the policeman outside said that it took 10 men to get it open.
A door that was locked tight, despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this.
Oh! Do you mean...
Yes. It was. There it is. Jam the door. Thank you. Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle.
You are old, Mr. Edgeworth. That took you forever to think of.
Please, Kay, I know. Kay, you will be 30 one day. Or at least, if I have anything to say about it. Wait, he's like, that sounds weird too. He's like, Kay, you will be 30 one day, and then you'll have lines on your face.
They're gonna be like super cool scars. From all of my adventures and my escapades. It's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna look so cool.
And you'll be very identifiable. Don't get any tattoos either.
Okay, you're not my dad. You can't tell me to do stuff. Don't like tell me to do it with my body. That's weird.
Okay, yes, you're right. That is bizarre. But we can agree that it was used to jam the door. Here. Do you see how the handle is completely destroyed?
So that's how the sword broke.
Broken prop sword data jotted down in my organizer. I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers. But instead, we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. No! Oh, shit, that scared me too. Ah! What is it? Who is this? Do I remember?
Well. Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct?
What are you doing, suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that?
This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We Badgers also make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first, and then we'll talk, okay? Show us your hands.
Badger's like, what?
Show us your hands!
Edward's like, no, I'm rubbing off on her. We simply need to make sure that you aren't armed, Mr. Badger. Which is excellent protocol, Kay.
You don't need to keep praising me, like I don't need...
Well, I feel it's warranted. You're very talented. It could only be you. The successor to the great and noble Yatagarasu could only be you. I see that. I come to understand that more and more. Over the course of this day.
Okay. And the badger's like, are you... I don't want to interrupt you or anything. I beg your pardon, miss. Proto-badger, get! Alright, only one more to go.
What are you getting all excited about?
What? I'm three for 4 badgers! Did you forget? Fotorelli, duh! See, look! Now all I have to do is get a picture of the bad badger and I'm done!
Ah, yes. I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort.
Oh, what? It's gone! But where did it go?
What happened? What's wrong?
A bad badger costume is missing, sir. Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnapper stole it. I heard about how they were stolen, but they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken.
What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. I love that by now he's like, Mr. Proto Badger. Normally he'd be like, just give me your name, give me your name. Like, I know you, yeah, drop the act, but just give me your name. But he's committed to the Proto Badger, Mr. Badger. He's rubbing off on him. Mr. Proto Badger, please tell us a little more about these costumes you use, and Lung a little bit, Mr. Prosecutor. Nobody's calling each other by name.
I'm kind of on the clock.
Yes, but we're investigating a murder, and you are an employee of the establishment at which it took place. You could have relevant information, so I'm afraid your job now is to speak to me. What did you mean by a bad badger? I love these games, man. I'm not going to be able to stop that. I speak fluent Edgeworthian. What did you mean by a bad badger costume is missing?
Why, what I just said, sir. We are 1 bad badger short.
I'm doing Teddy.
Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park.
The other should be in that room.
Actually, both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean? Normally, we don't use the Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's the stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other Bad Badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir.
I'm speechless that such a show exists. That's what I mean by the title. The fact that the fact that this is contextualized, and we're still following all this, and it makes perfect sense in universe, is fucking amazing. It is a testament to how excellent the writing is for these 2 games. Dude who helped write these 2 games wrote for Spirit of Justice, the worst game in the series. It's like a nuclear bomb in terms of devastation. As far as okay, segue. I'm speechless that such a show and such a horrific entry in this franchise exists.
Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume. Then doesn't that make it near impossible to take a photo of the Bad Badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Like, I gotta get out of here. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir?
All this basically means is that the kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total.
Then, are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers?
No, I don't think that's very likely.
Oh?
Recall the costumes for a minute.
The stolen ones, you mean?
What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? I mean, they are still kind of tutorial case. They're sort of tutorial case level. No, cases 4 and 5 really ramp it up because that's when it starts getting more plot focused. Like the first case was to establish Edgeworth and Gumshoe and their dynamic and Edgeworth's place in, as a prosecutor. Second one expands more upon Edgeworth as a character. We get to see his interaction with Rhoda, and Gumshoe, Francisca, all these different people. Case 3 is where Lung and Kay are introduced, and, we get some more interaction with them. Case 4 and 5 are where the plot, it's where things really start getting serious. I mean, they're still goofy. It's still Ace Attorney goofy, but when the story reaches that part, that's when the hand-holding stops, and it's like, alright,
Here's, okay, stuff for the plot? For the plot. Please don't, please don't. I hope I'm not gonna be eating my words. I won't! I remember this game, it's very challenging. Okay, it's this, right? If you had 4 people, and you'd wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And yet, the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. Another bad badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is, why?
I really need to get back to work, sir.
Please. We have a couple more things to take care of.
Yeah, it'll just be... Okay, can you tell me one thing? We'll let you get back to work if you can do one thing.
Okay.
I just want to know what time the Bad Badger show is so we can actually get a picture of him. Because that makes it impossible to win the contest. Because one is time limited.
Well, yes, Kay, that's the catch. Generally, these contests have some sort of catch. But also, that's supposed to make the prize all the more, well, rewarding.
I sure hope so.
Well, even if the reward is underwhelming, the adventure is well worth it, I'm sure.
Yeah! You know, you're kind of wise for your old age, Mr. Edgeworth.
That is... Sincerely, Kay, that is quite the compliment coming from you. Unaccounted for. Where's the other costume? In the garbage! The second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. Oh.
Huh? What do you mean?
That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants?
Hey, you're right! Let's get it out of there and take a look!
This is so me, what she's about to say. As I suspected, it's a Bad Badger costume.
Well, minus the head.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Look! Its hand is hurt!
It looks more like something was ripped off of it. That's what I would say too. I'd be like, oh, he's hurt. I'd be like, oh, he's hurt. That looks like it hurts. I wonder why this Bad Badger costume's right hand is torn up like that.
Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the Bad Badger. Blue Badger. I always knew that the Blue Badger was one ferocious beast.
I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. Aren't they? They're pretty insane. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. The ones over by the table probably came from this stack. There are 3 folding chairs over on this side. I can't say they were arranged nearly as nicely as their siblings to the right. Siblings to the right. That's so cute.
You think so? I think they're just fine, like a bunch of used chairs ought to be.
I'm beginning to think you must keep a most chaotic room.
Hey, don't slander and cite me all in one shot.
So your room is clean.
No, it's really messy.
Don't your fathers tell you to clean it? She kind of goes quiet there, and he's like, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to talk about my father, too.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? It sure is. He's missing something. Eureka! I believe what we have here is an inconsistency.
Huh? Between what?
Look carefully.
Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be.
Oh, the gun!
Precisely. The Bad Badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However... You there! Did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand?
No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume.
As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct?
Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show.
It seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend.
Aw. He's getting into it. He's having some fun. With murder.
Alright, missing model gun data job. Jotted down my organizer. Was ripped from the Bad Badger costume. Was capable of firing blanks. Investigation complete! Thank you. I think we're about done with this room.
So, what's next?
Well, we found a few answers. But there are still a few things left that we have asked. But there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay.
All right.
March 13th, 3:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Oh. You gotta hurry, sir! Come on! What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir!
What?
Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing?
Bingo! That's why you gotta come down to the main gate with me right now! If we hurry, we might still be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir! Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. To be continued. Oh, we're not stopping here. But... I will BRB. I will be right back, and this time... This time I think this is sufficient. So I'll see you in a sec. Hello. That was more than a few seconds, but I've returned. Alright. Ladder, final confrontation, former. Okay. What that must mean... Come on. I'm trying to scroll with one finger. With touch. Whatever, make it easier. What that must mean is this is... God, that's so fucking... that's kind of confusing. Ladder, final confrontation, former. So this is like the first part of the final confrontation being the latter part of the game. This is so... Every inch of this game is Edgeworth. Yamazaki writes Edgeworth so well. What the fuck happened with Spirit of Justice? That shit was personal. Look at that, I massacred my boy. Alright, let's go. March 13th, 3:45 p.m. Gatewaterland main gate. I hope the Jabot line is in this one. Don't bump your chair arm. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir!
Was it out here in the open all along?
No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Then let's get down to it. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This headpiece. This must be the Blue Badger Officer Meekins crossed paths with. Oh, the nerve of someone throwing a Blue Badger away like this! I worked so hard to create this character, it's like my baby! I knew it! I fucking knew it! I knew it was Gumshoe who did it! I knew it was Gumshoe who designed it, not the police chief! I knew it! Separate compartment! If I weren't autistic, I think life would be wouldn't be nearly as fun as it is. It's hard. I think it would be easier, but I don't think it would be anywhere near as fun. So, take that for what you will. I worked so hard to create this character, it's like my baby! Boy, I know what that feels like. How can someone do this, sir? How? Detective? How about channeling your anger towards finding the culprits of the very real person that was murdered? Well, Mr. Edge, I don't know if you were creative, but... I mean, someone was murdered just right here. A good idea. I'll wait till I get my hands on it. So who are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Why don't you try figuring it out yourself for a change? Dude, after all that he's done for you... Gumshoe must know. Because Gumshoe's like, what, 34? 32. So, like, he's like, okay. He's Unk for, well, we'll meet Edgeworth's Unk. Edgeworth's uncle is like, he's like the perfect representation of that uncle. You know what I mean? He's perfect. But he's also endearing. Very impressive. Kind of like how Trevor Phillips is also, like, you still like him. He's still a likable character, even though he's the way that he is. And Michael, for that matter. Well, Michael I find particularly relatable, so maybe that's just me. But anyway, let's move on. He says something like, I don't get it, Doc. Some days I feel like I'm two people at once. And I hate both of them. I'm like, fuck, I feel that. God, I feel that in my soul. What do we have here?
Oh, it's another pendant! That's 2 treasures in one day! How lucky is that? How's that for 2 birds in 1 stone?
Rather, 2 pendants and 1...
One what?
Well, I was waiting for you to steal the punchline.
Oh. I guess it's the setup.
You don't have to sound so dismayed.
I'm not dismayed, I'm just... Sometimes I don't get when you're making jokes, Mr. Edgeworth. I think you should make it more obvious. You should do a weird bit voice. You know, like when you yell and you get all like objection, like. Can't you do a? This is my joking voice.
Okay, I'm a prosecuting attorney, not a comedian.
Well, then don't try and tell jokes.
I can't try and be funny, even though I'm not a...
So you do want to be funny.
All right, we can talk about our potential comedy... No, listen, let's stay on track.
You want to go on as a comedy duo?
No, we could make it work, but it's not... In this particular context, it works, but it's just not... Kay, I have a responsibility. I have many responsibilities to juggle, and it's not that you're a pleasure to have.
In class, I get it.
As an investigative consultant.
Assistant. And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too!
Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon? Is it possible that these two...
Hold it right there! Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you?
A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see.
Lauren. Hey, it's a name that's engraved on this one too.
Miss Pop's pendant data jotted down in my organizer. It's shaped like a pair of wings. Lauren D is engraved on the back.
We have you now, Miss Kidnapper.
No, you don't understand.
Ollie. I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. I know a guy who looks just like Lance, Dead Ringer. In fact, when I met him, I was like, Who do you remind me of? Shit. I didn't say that, but I was like, whoa. Anyway. Lolly. I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers.
Lance! You're kidding! Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes! It was me! I held Lance hostage!
So, Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over.
Hey! Guys! Case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady. Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time?
Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect.
We found it.
Found what?
That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. That's true. Just look at how careless they are. That's also true. Honest to God. Holy shit. I've been to a lot of countries. Interpol, right? Petra's like, here we go. He's like, I'm not gonna stick on this forever, but seriously. I mean, I'm from what some people might call, quote unquote, third world shithole country, right? But we can do a better job than this on our worst days. I mean, come the fuck on. Who are you calling a sham? I mean, I don't disagree with you there, pal, but that's not the point right now. Anyway, the officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon.
So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see.
And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene.
The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it.
Thanks for the confession. Agent Lung, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops.
Yes?
I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna bump up the master volume of the capture card by just like a tiny bit. Teacher Violet, you see what that sounds like. You enjoy watching these too.
Yes?
I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder.
But why? I'm a kidnapper and a killer. Isn't that enough?
It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? Lung's like, okay, he has a heart. I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. That's tsundere. Fuck, they're both tsundere. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear all about the evil deeds you committed today. Miss Pop's confession.
The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
There. You satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. I don't think she can do a third. She's really stressed. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth?
Yes, it is.
If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. It does.
The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim?
I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house.
A few times? That's it?
Yes.
If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other.
But if you hardly ever talk, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan?
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena?
Yes. However, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself.
Bet he didn't see that one coming.
We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage.
Hold it!
You knew? How did you know something like that?
Oh, no. What should I do?
Okay, what's wrong with her now?
Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? Come on. You did it just now.
Do I have to do that every time?
I mean, until she feels like you're not scary.
She knows that I did it the first time.
Mr. Edgeworth, that's not... Just smile a little more.
When people tell me to smile and I smile, they say I look creepy.
But you smile at Mr. Wolfboy all the time!
That has nothing to do with anything. Let's move on.
No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare.
Mind your own business, Kay. Now, I think this is subtext. I think they both know that... I think Kay knows that he's gay, and I think Edgeworth knows that she's a baby lesbian. But obviously they're not gonna say those things out loud, right? I think that was a rib at Kay, being like, oh yeah, you're so good with the ladies, right? And Edgeworth's like... when obviously he's showed no interest in with the whole history of this case, right? But by this point she's ribbing him, like, yeah, so good with the ladies, am I right? That's been my interpretation of it anyway. You got that gaydar, that you know, that one of those core things. Mind your own business, Kay. He says that with a smirk. Like, now then. Like, he rolls his eyes. Doesn't smirk. Maybe a little bit. He catches it in time. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony.
Oh! Yes, of course. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back, after all.
Hold it!
Why did you believe that?
Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same.
Edward's like, what the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean you get kidnapped and your father figure cares? Like I said, if Edward got kidnapped, Manfred wouldn't do shit. He'd be like, let him die. In fact, show me proof of life and then let me see him die.
Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure.
I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Amano.
I always figured that was it too. And I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's... I got this pendant from my father. And I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus.
That pendant. She must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus. For that matter, why don't we take a closer look? It's a pendant in the shape of a pair of wings. It has a rather nice aesthetic to it.
Hey! Nice to see that even you can appreciate its beauty. Things made of platinum silver tend to have a nice feeling about them, you know?
I was only talking about its shape, Kay.
Oh, is that what you were talking about? But you know, if we're talking about wing shapes, I think
that's not how you spell brooch. Capcom, I'm sorry, brooch as an accessory. This is brooch, B-R-O-A-C-H, when you broach the subject, right? When you broach a topic. Brooch, B-R-R-B-R-O-O-C-H, sounds like, it looks like it should be read like brooch, but it's brooch, and that refers to the accessory. God damn it, Capcom. This is like, it would be one thing if it was like one or two here and there, but I can't go a single fucking case without errors like these that should be caught. It's driving me crazy. I don't even know if this was... You're gonna make me go back and play the DS version to see if it was this, if it needed autocorrect like this. My god.
if we're talking about wing shapes, I think the brooch on my scarf is way cooler.
But that's not made of platinum silver, now is it?
It's handmade, okay? So I'm sorry that it's not made of the expensive stuff.
She made that by herself? It's incredibly well crafted. He's like, I'll take that out of the internal monologue. You made that by yourself, Kay?
Yeah?
It is beautiful. You are... It's so smooth. I could have sworn it was manufactured.
So you're saying it looks fake?
No, it's so polished. It looks like it came from a professional jeweler. That would have been my assumption. It's not crude at all. For something so handmade, it's very precisely carved and polished. And it affixes to your scarf perfectly. This is what I mean. You're an extraordinary intelligent young lady with a very bright future ahead of her, and I understand that we all have personal truths to pursue, but you won't, whatever. I'm not sure how much the Yatakarasu will be able to do from juvenile hall.
Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't think I know that?
Lauren D. is engraved into this pendant. I sure hope you do.
Don't worry. I see they wrote out her first name, but why just the D?
Maybe it's the result of poor planning?
I guess. Well, at least if I had to shorten my name, I could make it K. Faraday. That way, even if you just sounded it out, it'd still say my name, K. Faraday.
I suppose if I had to do the same, I would also abbreviate it as M. Edgeworth.
Hold on! I think you should abbreviate as M.E. Get it?
Who would have thought that this little pendant could stir up such a strange conversation? That's why you gotta look at everything. One of these things kinda looks like the other thing. And this thing kind of looks like this thing. And if her dad flew for Pegasus Airlines, and this belongs to somebody called Colin Deveray. The victim is Colin Deveray, is Oliver Deacon, but his rap sheet says his name is Colin Deveray. Don't get ahead of yourself, Violet. That pendant. She must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus. Can I get the fucking Can I get the gem of dialogue, of you fucked up dialogue in this one? I hope so. It's only been an hour and 33 minutes. And no, it doesn't feel like it's dragged on for long at all. I'm just conscious of how much bullshit I insert in between. It's fun. It's fun. It's, God, I fucking love this. So awesome. I'm so happy I'm able to do this at all. That pendant. She must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus.
Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money...
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself?
Well, first we captured Lance. Oh, how'd you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. And here I thought you knew how to steal people away.
I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge.
Sorry, I don't really know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did?
I have no idea. I have no idea. But maybe he planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops.
Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning? Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Of course. I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely.
Huh?
Lung is like, Lung watching him from, like, she's standing here,
Like, she's standing here, Edgeworth's here, Fleming's in the background. And he's looking at him like, what are you gonna say here? Like, she is in tears. She's very fragile right now. It's almost as though he's telepathically communicating, or at least attempting to. I think I'll... You know what? In his internal monologue, as he's sorting through his mind palace, he's like, why don't I test something? And then he just starts envisioning pictures of, like, pizza. He concentrates really hard on images of pizza for several seconds, and he's just like, alright. Kay's, like, whimsy is contagious. Kay's whimsy is contagious, and he's like, ah, fuck it. Yeah, whatever. Whatever, let's open up options. Let's be more creative. That opens up more avenues for logic, after all. I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you.
But why? We were total strangers! It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Miss Pops? You really are clueless, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was. Nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops. Well, we know why. If we're gonna make the assumption that he's not like a Manfred, or I don't know what his name is in well. Investigations 2 is fucking fantastic. It's one of the best games in the whole franchise. That is a pretty universally held opinion. It's up there with TNT. People put it up there with TNT. This is a spin-off. Even the spin-offs are great. Alright, so... real name and mystery. Yeah, it would be this.
Take that!
Miss Pops! You don't know, do you? But this piece of evidence will tell you exactly who you really are.
Looking at it, I still don't feel anything within me at all. Oh, but now I really feel like I don't know anything!
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you sure the one who doesn't know anything isn't you? Ugh! I guess this wasn't it. Alright, I should calm down and listen to Mrs. Pops' testimony once more, and take another good look at what is in my organizer. I see kidnappers also weep when they get stabbed in the back. Oh. Shut up, Violet. Even as you betray the one you claim to love the most.
No! You don't understand!
What is there to understand? Agent Lung. She's the killer. What, do you want me to reserve some compassion for that? I would appreciate it if you held your tongue and judgments until we can lay out all of the facts. Oh, despite our verbal skirmishes, I really don't have any evidence to support this, but I don't see you as a cruel man, Agent Lung. He's like, what's that supposed to mean? He's like, he doesn't say this, but he's like, that's good, but what's that supposed to mean here? Edgeworth's like, he's locked in. What's wrong, Kay?
I can't believe she was betrayed. I kind of feel sorry for her.
I feel a little sorry for her too. Well, however, I also wish she would tell us the whole truth. Because there's something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. But I'll give it another careful listen and see. Mr. Deacon. I mean, do you want me to present this?
think carefully. Like, how would this prove? You gotta think a little further ahead and be like, you know... Yes, but how is this tangibly connected to the question? Because, yeah, it's like this pendant. Her name, Lauren Deveray. Okay, that would connect with the Colin Deveray pendant right here, and that would connect with his dossier. Okay, so yeah, let's try that. It's just like, I'm so suspicious of when the newly obtained evidence is possibly, like, the most recently obtained evidence is the answer, because that they fake you out. They fake you out in some of those.
Objection!
Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was. Nor do you know who you really are. Oh, that's interesting. It's the same dialogue. It's the same dialogue, but you know if you get it wrong, it's always the music stops. God, I want there to be an Ace Attorney character. Nah. I'll tell you about my Daikek 7 fan case, but that's another. I was like, I always wanted there to be an Ace Attorney character who did XYZ with them. Let's go with this pursuit theme, I love it. You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was. Nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence.
Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pendant? This pair of wings, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are. These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you're right! They're the same color, and they're even made of the same material.
I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try? Shall we give it a try?
Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's?
You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. Now he's thinking like, yeah, Kay says I over-explain everything to everyone. Okay, I'll try and let him figure it out. Maybe I do seem... Not now. You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be.
No! No! That can't be!
So the two make a set. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. Huh. You lack imagination, Agent Lung. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Deveray, the name that is etched on the horse pendant. A what? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess to somehow hide the fact that he was a felon in order to live. Somehow in order to live. Almost makes it sound like Edgeworth doesn't know why he would have to do that. Oh, God, you're nitpicky with the grammar today. It is... I am not like this with people in day-to-day life. It is purely in the context of like a professional grade product that has a price tag on it. And it makes sense given what is written in Mr. Deveray's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. This specific section is what reveals the true Wait, you didn't even give me a chance to finish reading that. This specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind those pendants. Yeah. Sole daughter. Mr. Deveray had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops.
That's a lie! That person was not my father!
He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? And what is so funny, Agent Lung? Like, hey, this is hard for her. You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. God, I think this is it. I think this is where we can get our fucking Jabot line. I hope so. I'll grant you, we're gonna destroy our health meter in the process of trying to find this. You know, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that they didn't know of their true relationship, right?
And you're saying that the two of them committed the kidnapping together?
That's right. As one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence. I don't know if you know this, Mr. Prosecutor, but family isn't always sunshine and rainbows. Oh, I know this. I know this, Agent Lung. Trust me, I've had to use my imagination a couple of times in this case. In certain facets. Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Rebuttal, another possibility. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter.
Hold it!
Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter? There's some fucked up parents out there. I've seen a lot of things in my travels. And I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. That's different. That's different. That's slightly different from what I remember it being. How do you remember this? I might have transcribed some of this in my notes. I'll have to check. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? You think they knew? Yeah. I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam? You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. On the lam. That's a phrase I wouldn't expect Edgeworth to use. It's kind of an American phrase, isn't it? Furthermore, it was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano.
Hold it!
One is a butler, and one is the friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course! You're very cynical, Agent Lung. He's like, oh, look who's talking. Well, yes, pot meat kettle. But what? Well, I see your... What? There's some... What? Spit it out! You sound like you have something to say. Well, alright. Well, it just sounds like it's very easy for you to imagine members of a family killing each other. I just told you, I've been on travels. I've seen a lot of shit. What are you trying to say? I don't know, Agent Lung. You seem combative. Are you, perhaps... You seem a bit combative, and like, he's done. He's getting really... He's like, let's just fucking figure out who killed this person, alright? He's like, Agent Lung. What? You forget it? Fall out of your pretty little lips? Excuse me? Nothing. That was fucking weird. Weird fucking thing to say. I'm hungry. Shit, that was weirder. Fuck. Edgeworth's like, I'm usually the one who says the weird thing and makes everybody uncomfortable. This is new. This is new. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping.
Hold it!
You mean how they plotted to commit the crime this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were, in fact, family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. It's quite the long con, Agent Lung. There's a lot of money involved, Mr. Edgeworth. So wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
Hold it!
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Were you perhaps, growing up, the runt of the litter? And Lung is like, you shut your... He sees Kay there, and he's like, you shut your... Why don't you put a sock in it, pretty boy? I see I've struck gold. Please put a sock in it, Mr. Edgeworth. Edgeworth's like, alright, okay, I won't say anything now. I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. Yes, without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Agent Lung isn't wrong. His scenario certainly is a probable one. Makes me wonder if he comes from a dysfunctional family, but I'm certainly not one to talk. That's why it makes me curious, but I can ask him about that later.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you thinking about? Oh, let me guess. It's not related to the case.
A great thief with telepathies. To be feared indeed.
You better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad.
I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lung's line of logic factually correct? Was the crime really committed by the two of them? By this father-daughter pair? Alright, let's just present something wrong.
Objection!
Tell me to stuff my jabot. Agent Lung, if you could take a look at this piece of evidence, you'd see that there is a very big flaw in your logic. Flaw? Are you sure it's not— oh man. Talk to me again when you can see— no, give me the jabot line, please. I know it's in here somewhere. Please, I know it's like this stuff. I know it's in case 3 somewhere. I remember it being in front of— I remember it being in this plaza. I remember it like on 9/11, like my first day at kindergarten. I remember it. Everybody was there. Everybody remembers where they were on 9/11. I remember where I was. I remember where I was when I saw Shi Lung Lung tell Edgeworth to shove his jabot in his socket or whatever the hell. I remember. That was a huge day in American history, in Japanifornian history. See, when I don't hide the webcam immediately, it makes me look like a dork. Even more of one. Did touch decide to stop work? Now it's on. Go away. Yeah, I guess it did decide to stop working. That's fine. It's like, focus. Focus. Agent Lung, about this piece of evidence. Ah, here we go. This is why you present wrong things. Sheena, thank you. Lung Chi says, confidence is like a soul, and words without confidence are but empty shells. You shouldn't waste your breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although, it's just as bad to say something in full confidence and be wrong.
Ugh.
Are you gonna let him lecture you about your self-confidence like that? Like, defend yourself, Mr. Edward. Jeez.
I don't need to be overflowing with self-confidence. I just need to think rationally. That's kind of sad. After all. No, touch works. Yeah, there it is. After all, I only need to be confident in the facts. Please. 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 I know it's here somewhere. Talk to me again when you can see straight. One more time. Just one more time. One more time. It's bad RNG. Bad RNG. Fine. There are only two. I like to think that Lung Ti probably wasn't one person, and it's just kind of been added to over the thousands of years or however long the Lung Dynasty goes back, because it does. They're kind of like the Kennedys. Edward's like, that doesn't bode well, and Lung's like, no, it does not. Lung Ji says, confidence is like a soul, and words without confidence are but empty shells. In other words, you shouldn't waste your breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although, it's just as bad to say something in full confidence and be wrong.
Are you gonna let him lecture you about your self-confidence like that?
It's too fun to not read again. Okay. Alright, let's get serious. I'm down to I wasted half my health on that shit. Okay. Why don't I save, actually? Yeah, you can overwrite it, that's fine. Okay, let's see. Good use of their meeting. It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. Isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? I don't think so. I don't think it's possible that Lauren knew. I don't think... No, it's not possible, but I can't... I'm not presenting this again. But despite... We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he's yet to show up. Think carefully. It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. I don't think it's a coincidence either. I mean, the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this kidnapping. It's just you don't want me to present this twice in a row, do you? Or I guess it hasn't been twice in a row. Isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? No, I don't think it is. It isn't. Because he fucking hasn't been around.
Objection!
Well, I should have waited before I wasted half my health. Talk about overconfident. Isn't it possible they both knew? No. It's not possible for her to have known. But what do we have that proves that? Is it possible? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. Tenderlender. The stamp! With the smiley face, that's cute. I bet in Japanese that was like, she, like the smiley face kind of for the character she, which can also be read as death, kind of like a death threat. So maybe I'd be interested to see what that looks like in the Japanese version.
invited, because this is relevant at some point. No coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of them. The two of them made... No. Isn't it possible they both knew? It can't be. Despite our surveillance, he's yet to show up. Am I presenting it the wrong statement? Like I'm a right track, wrong statement?
Objection!
No, not yet. Oh, we're getting. I can't speed past this one. We got a rare pull. That statement just now stands in contradiction to this piece of evidence. That thing has nothing to do with what I was saying. Now put it away. And your logic is so badly in need of repair that you might as well throw it out too. This is the real deal here. Your courtroom mannerisms are worthless at a crime scene. Ugh! You dare to insult the courts? Not give me that piece of dialogue I want so bad? Okay. Fuck. See, this is what I mean. It does get more difficult. Good use of their meetings. Three costs, because you also have to remember you need to read between the lines too. It's not always what they do say. You have to remember you have to think of what they're not saying. Two of them are father and daughter. Isn't it possible they both knew? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano. Isn't it possible that they both knew? It can't be. Okay, if that was found in the costume, right? I might need to get the refresher dialogue. Reunited pair. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this kidnapping. I know, but first things first, was the crime really committed by, there's our little hint, by the two of them, by this father-daughter pair. Oh, hold on a second. I can't do math, that's why. That's why. That's why. Where does it say here? The kid, well. Yes, the kidnapper stole 3 costumes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there were 3 kidnappers. But, let's try?
Objection!
Okay. Someone's like, why do you do that? Why do you do that so close to your lips? It's like you want me to look at him. That's his internal monologue. He's like, why am I thinking about... He's like, I'm really getting an insane craving for pizza. I never eat pizza. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just 2 people alone. And what kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3?! 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. In the back rooms? Really? At 3 a.m.? Okay. Kay would totally be all about the back rooms, though. She'd totally be into, like, SCP. Would she be a FNAF? This is kind of like FNAF coded. I was thinking about that earlier. So good. Now I'm just thinking about, like, Kay and Edgeworth in 2025 talking about, like, Labubu's. Skibbity toilet. Kay explaining the minutia of Skibbity toilet to Edgeworth, and then by the end of it all, he's like, she's got him. She sold him on it. That's their what a happy found family. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who? Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping.
Take that!
Lance Amano? Think of it, Agent Lung. None of this makes sense. Because the people thinking it through were totally incompetent. Bingo was his name. And Lung looks at him like, what the fuck? Lung looks at him like he just grew a horn in front of him. He's like, what? Huh? And Edward just goes back to what he was like, no more. He just did something. He said something goofy. He was making a dog joke. I think Lung was like too taken aback for it to land. Or he went over his head. The frisbee went over his head. Lance Amano? Yes, this abduction was, in fact, schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No. I didn't see their faces, but... One was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. I know I only saw 2 people! This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. I guess. Yes, about when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore. Honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? Lance's testimony. You look like a distant relative of a different character in this spin-off series. Lance's testimony. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. Should I give him a Dubro voice? I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. Yeah, I think this is gonna be my only opportunity to do a Dubro voice. We're going for it. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that— God, look at how well those hands are animated. And the ribbon straightening, it's so good. Oh my god, I love— The Art in the Investigation spin-offs is some of my favorite for any part of the franchise. Anyway, my hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. Through the underground passageway, I presume? You okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. How can you not? Why do you look at me with such icy daggers in your eyes? Because he's a prosecutor. And because they're all like that. Look at him, dead serious. He looks dead serious now. Petros like, oh, that's right. Is he flirting with me? That's right. He said he hates prosecutors. Intense loathing. Looks like, damn it, he's— oh no, he's hot! Like, literally, that is Squidward voice. Because he's a prosecutor. And because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lung, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, Then so be it. There is a sticking point in Lance's testimony. I wonder what that points to. Hey, I haven't seen the guillotine in a really long time. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Will you give me the dialogue about the jabot? Better say first. Do you ever make use of, like, every single save file? Like, you know you're not gonna need them, but, you know, like, if they're there, it's, well, probably not a good idea space-wise, but I used to do that a lot. I was kidnapped yesterday morning.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course! Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. I don't know. That's kind of lazy. Capcom. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then, out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. Well, at least he's... I was gonna say, at least he's already in handcuffs. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time! Oh, really?
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you know when the teacher's like, this will be on the test, so they say it a bunch of different times?
I do. I do know that.
So, Mr. Edgeworth, do you think this one's going to be on the test?
Why don't we put that to the test?
You're getting there. You might be ready for a local show. You keep trying a little harder.
Who would open for me?
The Blue Badger! Or the Bad Badger.
I don't want the Bad Badger opening for my stand-up. I want him for security detail, not...
Don't you have to hire someone to clap, too?
Excuse me. My time is precious. And they're like, oh, that's right. Edward's like, I never get distracted like this, fuck. Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time. So I didn't know that until I made my escape. Then, you were in the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared. I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. The kidnappers disappeared? The room fell into a sudden silence. I'd been left behind like an unwanted mutt. And what do you mean by unwanted mutt? Oh, someone's gonna— no, shut up, Violet.
What a pointless question. It's not like he's gonna tell you anything new, you know.
It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well, bro. I love the anything where a character, where just like the wind billows. Lance here, Kay with her, when she was just like, when she couldn't make that jump and it was just like grave billowing in the wind. Kazuma and Daigekten Saiban, where like his Hakama will just be flowing. But then when I called that, before I fucking called that, before the game even came out, I was like, when he's annoyed, it's gonna suddenly stop billowing and come to a sudden halt for comedic effect. I called it! guy I knew who looked like Lance kind of acted like him too. Interesting. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. Yeah.
Hold it!
Very lucky. Then, those cuffs on your wrists. I suppose you're still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. God. No, it's just like, you know how some people, when they stage a crime, they'll like, sometimes they'll have something on them still that they really shouldn't. Like, you'd think Jussie Smollett would have, like, taken the noose off, right? You'd think that would, in anybody being attacked, having something around your neck, you'd think you'd take that off, but why do you have it on still? It's almost like you want people to see that. Yeah, bro, we can you haven't been asked to be uncuffed once, by the way. My wrist would be hurting. Ow. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked. Which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. Didn't somebody... Didn't somebody jump scare us a little earlier on? Maybe an hour and a half ago? I remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. Ah, you know the rule of thumb. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway.
Hold it!
By underground passageway, you mean the one the staff uses to travel unnoticed? I suppose that's what it's for, but I didn't run into any staff members on my way out. Oh, really? Really, huh? And once I was up top, I was busy trying to find a member of the police. And that is when you found us congregated at the stadium, I suppose. Let me ask you then. How did you get a hold of the key to the underground door? That was easy. It was hanging right there in the room on the wall. I do recall a key hanging on the wall right beside the table.
Boy, does that bring back memories of our situation and how we made our escape.
Feels like decades ago almost.
Kinda.
Indeed. And although the door in the floor of our room led to an underground room, the door in the floor of the room next door held a secret passageway. That's like a Dr. Seuss line.
A secret passageway under a theme park! Oh, that just sounds like so much fun! Mr. Edward, do you really think...
I honestly don't know if they keep Disney's Frozen head down there. What's the, like, the Disney equivalent? Like... I don't think any badgers are in cryogenic stasis. However, the underground tunnels do make sense.
This would be a really good place to hide a body.
Okay, that's ridiculous. Someone would notice the stench eventually.
We don't keep it. Well, a mine shaft would be a good place to hide a body because those are like really unstable. So any kind of like recovery operations would be like the risk would outweigh the reward way too much. So nobody would ever bother to go down there. And Edward's like, that makes too much sense. That's scary. That's like, keep that to yourself information for your own benefit. Okay, please. The Fifth Amendment is one of the best. Top 3 amendments for sure. I wonder, is there something off about the way Lance made his escape? Well, we're gonna...
Objection!
Please tell me about the Jabot. Lance, I think you'll find that this evidence speaks to the contrary. You sure you want to phrase it that way? There are no takebacks when you make a guessing mistake, you know. Guessing mistake, yep. That's our Mr. Prosecutor, alright. I certainly didn't mean for it to come out sounding like a guess. Aw.
One more time, there's gotta be at least another one.
Hold it!
No, not don't. I don't want to press it. I want to fuck up. I want to get a game over.
Objection!
Come on, good RNG. No, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'll go out on this one. Come on, there has to be one more. One more. No, 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 no! Don't waste it here. Don't waste it here. You're thinking too hard. There's more testimony. Okay. Alright, for the rule of thumb. The door leading outside was locked tight, so you had to... It wasn't locked, was it, though? Was used to jam the handle to the hideout's door. From the inside. Okay, now I have to think real carefully about this because I've whittled myself down to 1 HP, and like, yeah, I saved, but you know, it's kind of fun. It's fun when you're able to... Let's see if I can survive. Yeah, no more guessing. It's like Bayonetta when you play as Little Zero. So you had to use the underground passageway. The underground passageway. I mean, yeah, it was locked tight, but... From the outside. Why did you have to use the underground passageway? It was only in the inside.
Objection!
You say that the door leading out was locked. But was it really? We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open. Right, Sheena?
Yes, that's correct.
But when the time that this game came out, Lady Gaga and Poker Face were just popping off and exploding in popularity, so a lot of comparisons were made to Lady Gaga in the fandom, like when this came out. She looks just like her.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh! Yes! Woo-hoo-hoo! Did you hear that? When it goes like dun, 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 in the middle. Oh man. Eventually I'm gonna hear that with both headphones. I'm just gonna... Oh, that shit can wake me from a coma. That's amazing. Then take a look at this. The hell is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? I was, like, totally disoriented. Yeah, that's it. I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own.
Not so fast!
You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive! What else? Do you honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? Edward's like, do you Agent Lung, he'll say this right in front of him, he's like, does this boy look like the picture of pure and honest to you? Really? And Lung's like, no, he does not, no. It doesn't, or rather, he's like, it doesn't matter what I think he looks like. You just described him as pure and innocent. So therefore, that doesn't matter. His character at all. Only the facts. And he's like, damn it. Hot and rational.
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. He needed the money.
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is, in fact, a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Ah!
Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh?
All right, I give up. I abducted myself. Fine.
Lance!
It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that 1 mil, with that 1 milli. But now, that dream is totally over.
Oh, Lance!
Then, you are totally giving yourself up? Yes. I plan to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you? Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's just my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. Oh, I don't know. I think he had some thoughts. I think he had some thoughts about you, but I don't think the money had anything to do with it. Imagine keeping your mouth shut about this fucking guy. From like Deacon, from Devoray's perspective, as this guy on the lam who can't let his daughter know that he's actually there. And what do you think those conversations were like? Were his like? Do you think he ever like implied like, "Hey, you can do better. You can do way better than a self-victimizing freak like this." Freak! It happened almost right after he made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. Don't fuck with my daughter. After a brief struggle, that's not what happened. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control, though. With handcuffs on? We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. When were the cuffs put on you? We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the Blue Badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man just had to wake up! I was careless, and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. And then Oliver put on a Bad Badger costume, took the suitcase with the millie and ran. I contacted Lolly right away, and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly.
I still don't believe it! That person was not my father! Because if he was, I just killed my own father!
Lolly! Then it really was you? Edgeworth's like, oh fuck. Now he's like, hearing her say it out loud, he's been very gentle with it so far, but he's like, oh shit. Damn, this whole case is Edgeworth not this case, actually the whole game is Edgeworth's job is to break bad news, pretty much, but like, it gets progressively worse. You'll see what I mean by that. In this one. And the second one. But these games are so great. Lolly, then it really was you? A chain of events.
That man was not my father! I mean, because at the stadium, there was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But that Badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead! That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life.
I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only... Oh, if only I could have protected you.
So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was?
Edgeworth's kind of choked up for a sec too. He's like, if what she says is true.
Are you okay?
Yes. Are you?
Yeah, are you?
Yes. No further questions.
Okay. Are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve?
You'd be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Rebuttal, chain of events. Man, I wish I hadn't whittled myself down to... Because it's like, man, damn it! I wish I hadn't whittled myself down to 1 HP because if I want to get the Jabot dialogue now, that means I only get one shot. Do not miss my chance to blow.
That man was not my father! I mean, because at the stadium...
Hold it!
Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this.
But
All you have to do is simply tell us... no, not autoplay. What the fuck, bro? Does that count? Hold on. Was there autosave? What time is it now? Does it like nullifies the trophy if it autosave if you even touch autoplay? I was like, what the fuck was happening? Alright. There we go.
that man was not my father! I mean...
Oh, we'll just reread it when we get there. Lance is like... God. What a cad. Did he call her Lolly? To begin with? I made a note perfect K Faraday in Soul Calibur 5 as, like, with Natsu. I hope I still have that save on my PS3 because it is perfect. Back then I didn't know how to play, now I know how to play, so I kind of want to see. And yes, I made a Raphael for Edgeworth. Of course, of course. You'd be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. Rebuttal, chain of events.
That man was not my father! I mean, because at the stadium...
Hold it!
Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this.
But I...
All you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me?
All right. So, at the stadium...
And first like, oh shit, being nice. It feels weird to consciously do this, but it does work.
There was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it.
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it?
Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me.
And what did he tell you?
Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun?
Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? You really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth?
This father? I doubt it. I don't know.
I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true! My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it! Pointed straight at me! I'm about to die, I thought!
Miss Pops! Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then, would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time?
Yes, of course. But that badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead!
Hold it!
And you felt that your life was in danger, correct?
Yes! I'm about to die, I thought! So... That's why I used the gun I got from Lance!
Hold it!
You shot Mr. Deacon?
Miss Pops. Yes! I shot him!
And that, as they say, is that. Agent Lung. Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. Like, come on, like, you tell... And I'm the scary one, huh? You're gonna continue questioning her? What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please. If you please.
All right. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life.
Hold it!
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot?
Yes.
And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot?
I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing. Poor Miss Pops. What will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth?
She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Yeah. Rule of thumb. Let's see, that is... No, as far as I... That's his right hand. I'm making the L gesture. I'm checking. I'm checking with my hands now, you know, at the stoplight. Well, this looks like an L because it's in the camera, but... From my perspective here, like... This is my left, right? This is my right.
Objection!
Okay, well, we get to see how the game ends. Not the game ends. Take a good look at this!
What about it?
Mr. Edgeworth, sir? I don't think you pulled out the right piece of evidence. Wonderful subordinate there, so willing to point out his boss's mistakes. Detective Gumshoe, you will refrain from excessive talking and embarrassing me in front of Lung. I think your half-baked logic needs some more time in the oven, Mr. Prosecutor. You guys! What are you waiting for? An engraved invitation? Take this young lady away. An engraved invitation. Wait! We still don't know the truth behind what has happened!
It's all right. I need to pay the price for what I've done.
Thus the truth was lost for all eternity. Done. Yeah, let's retry. Very generous. Retry the current scene? That is very generous. Oh my god! And it healed me! That's not fair. Well... you have to think, like...
The average person playing this is not fucking insane like you are, Violet. Refrain from excessive talking. I'll try, sir. In his left hand. Was ripped from the... Yeah, okay. Getting ahead of myself.
Objection!
I am getting ahead of myself. Miss Pops, this evidence stands in clear contradiction to your statement just now.
Huh? Where?
It's not polite to confuse poor helpless girls, Mr. Prosecutor.
It's not polite to call poor helpless girls, Mr. Interpol agent.
There it is! Yes! I told you! I told you! There it is! Yes! Fuck! We did it! Until you have something significant to add, stuff that jabot of yours in your mouth. Ugh. It's a cravat, and it's a fashion statement, not a gag! Oh my god. The fucking... a spirit was just, like, exorcised from my body. I was like, I have to show you this! So, yes. That kills me every time. Thank God we got that wrong. I need to calmly listen and then present my evidence. I hope enough people know by now that it's a jabot. Oh, thank God. It was ripped from... The badger pointed the gun in his left hand and aiming to shoot you dead. No, that's what I... Yeah, the bad badger... That's his right hand. What did I present? That's...
Objection!
What? We'll get to read the same line. Miss Pops, this evidence stands in clear contradiction to your statement just now.
Huh? Where?
It's not polite to confuse poor helpless girls, Mr. Prosecutor. Until you have something significant to add, stuff that jabot of yours in your mouth. It's a cravat, and it's a fashion statement, not a gag. Why is Agent Lung thinking about gagging me? I need to calmly listen and then present my evidence. Lung is thinking like, why did you interpret that as a gag? I just meant like put a sock in it, but you're the one who invoked the word gag. Fuck, and he's like thinking, fuck, I really want pizza. Why? He's like, why do I want pizza? Shit. I never eat pizza. But God damn it. I know this is it. Okay. Focus. Costumes separate into head and body. This head was left in the isolation room. Let me think it through, because like you know when you have it, but it's like you haven't thought it. You're like, oh, I'm pretty sure this is it, but you haven't thought it through all the way. So the costumes separate into head and body. That means you could, hypothetically, theoretically, switch out. You could swap out any badger's head for any other badger's head and use it on that part of the costume. So, and it is significant that the badger was holding the gun. If she says the bad badger was holding the gun in his left hand, that can't be possible because the bad badger's gun is the bad badger holds its gun in its right hand. So whoever was pointing the gun should not have been able to do that because the gun was like ripped from the costume, so it's attached.
And it fires blanks. We also have to keep that in mind. So... it was somebody else in the costume. It was somebody else, like, wearing the Bad Badger's head, but with a separate costume. I think this is it.
Objection!
Fuck. Even after looking at this, can you still claim what you just said to be true?
Actually, I can.
She showed you!
Ugh. He's laughing pretty hard at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Like his face is getting red.
I know. Yes, I can see that.
You don't have to let it bother you.
It's not bothering me. Yes, I know, but I refuse to allow him to ruffle my feathers. Lung's like, oh, I can see that your feathers are quite ruffled, pretty boy. Your Your plumage is quite a magnificent sight to behold. Also, there's a moment in Case 4 where, and I don't know if it's a translation error, if it's like a localization error on the part of the developers, because to be fair, it is a pretty commonly confused thing. But he's talking about a manila folder, right? But he says vanilla folder. And I'm like, is that an error on the part of the localization team? Or was he just having an ESL moment? I think it's a toss-up, honestly. I'll go with ESL moment. I wonder if they correct that. I wonder if they correct that in the version. All the spelling mistakes, my god. My great-grandma would be... my great-grandma would give this at least a... give this localization at the very most a B-. What did you say? Don't comment on my plumage. Alright, sorry. I'm going to remain calm and collected and find my contradiction. Okay, think. There was the Bad Badger pulling the suitcase. Okay, yeah, the Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. He does have one, yeah, he... pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it, but we don't know which hand she says. Okay, well, yeah, we can infer that from her saying, like, he has the gun in one hand and the suitcase in the other. What proves that is the Bad Badgers. No! It was ripped, yeah, it was ripped from the costume, wasn't it?
Objection!
Damn it. I can't laugh. I can't, like, laugh on command. Aside, but Haytham Kenway practices his evil laugh in the mirror. Not that he ever wants to use it, it's just something... This is modern AU. It's like to... It's just for fun. Connor's like, I know you practiced that. I can tell. Yeah, he showed you. Okay, let's think. Let's think. And remain calm and collected. There was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million. You used the gun you got from Lance. The other person crumpled to the ground and you ran. The gun you got from Lance. Because one of the guns fires blanks. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. The gun you got from Lance. Oh, did I press everything? Do I have to press everything all over again? No, no. But let's just press it to be. Let me reread. Okay.
Hold it!
gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. The other person crumpled to the ground. The gun you got from Lance. Well, blanks can kill someone too. That's also possible. It's a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground. And I ran, scared for my life.
Hold it!
Take off immediately following the gunshot. Yes, didn't attempt to approach the victim at all. Stadium. There's a bat badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. Oh, yeah. That couldn't have been. Oh my god, talk about right in front of you.
Objection!
I guess not! Fuck. I want to have my funny moment. But we do get the jabot. Until you have something significant to add, stuff that jabot of yours in your mouth. It's a cravat, and it's a fashion statement, not a gag. Lung's like, no, it's a jabot. And he's like, it's a cravat. He's like, it's a jabot. And he's like, now you're being deliberately obtuse. He's like, no, you're the one being deliberately obtuse. That's a jabot. It's not a cravat. A cravat is one of those puffy things. It's not frilled. What? He's like, Lung's like, if you can't admit when you're wrong with an article of clothing, how the hell are you supposed to prosecute? Fucking prosecutors, they're all, he's gay, he's like, those darn prosecutors, they're all the flippin' same. Kay's like, you can cuss in front of me, you know, I don't care. I know what you mean still. It's not about that, Kay. Calmly listen. Present your evidence. There was the bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. Okay, no, yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, this helps. Yes, we didn't look at this. The bad badger was Oliver Deacon, so... If Dad was pulling the suitcase with the $1 million... pointed the gun and was left-handed at me. But you can swap the heads. That badger. Is it that badger?
Objection!
No, damn it. But I'll get the jabot line every time. He's laughing pretty hard at you, Mr. Mad. Lung's having a little bit, he's laughing a little too hard. You know? Like, you know when you really like someone and it's not even necessarily that they're extra funny or that that their joke was really good, it's just that, you know, your attraction to them and like their natural charisma or whatever it is that draws you to them just sort of like amplifies everything about them, and all of a sudden all their jokes seem way they're the funniest person in the world and you're laughing so hard, you're laughing a little too hard, you are not conscious of it though. If you are, then oh shit. You're like, oh no, they're gonna know I like them. Okay. Focus. Focus. And drink some water, Jesus. One sec. Oh God. There's a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground. Yeah, that's right, it was missing.
Fuck me! Can I get the Jabot line? Yep. Until you have something significant to add, stuff that Jabot ears in your mouth. It's... Are you sure it's a Jabot? Trust me. How do you know that? That's... You want to talk about objections? I think that one's irrelevant. We have a very remorseful murderer over here. Let's get back to business. I assume Lung thinks it's all an act on her part. Alright, let's see. At least at this point. Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million. Who was pulling the suitcase? Yeah, but who had the suitcase? The person in the costume. Fuck. Who had this? Who made the sandwich? Don't guess. Don't guess. After a certain point, it doesn't even work. That Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million. Aiming to shoot you dead. That's why you used the gun you got from Lance. There's the person crumpled to the ground. I already presented this, didn't I? But it was ripped from his costume. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground, and you ran, scared for your life. I think that might be somewhere in here. Or did she add something? Or did she add something? I don't remember. Yeah, but that doesn't. It's like if blanks can still kill someone. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that happened to a famous actor. At least once. Fuck. Okay. Okay. I don't realize how thick my accent actually is until someone also from the United States pointed out how I had one. Okay. That person crumpled to the ground. The other person crumpled to the ground. They should have fallen off, shouldn't they? Like, shouldn't they have fallen from a... Killed elsewhere and then moved. Loss of... Okay, lower right abdomen. Exit point right shoulder. Where do we have that? Do we have anything that says, like, yeah, he was killed from up above? Excuse me, he was shot from... If he... Okay, hold on, let me think this through again. Indicate loss of... Okay, lower right abdomen. Entry point, lower right abdomen. Exit point, right shoulder. Yeah, we don't necessarily know where he was elevated. Or we don't know where he was shot quite yet. The other person crumpled to the ground and you ran. And absolutely not, no matter what happens, I don't care if I'm here for fucking 6 hours. Playing the game as it's meant to be played. Don't look up the answer. God, the UI is so good. I love the organizer. How it looks like an actual, like, 3-ring binder.
da, 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 da. You used the gun you got from Lance. Did he say this was the gun that he did he say that?
Objection!
No. Thank you for the jabot. That's my consolation prize for being stuck on this. It's worth it. I'll take it. I love it. It's been leading up to the climax of this whole thing. Wait. Yes, the proto-badger was... Yeah, the proto-badger doesn't have a gun. Okay, so the proto-badger does not have a gun. But what... the proto-badger doesn't have a gun, so... Give me a sec. The proto-badger does not have a gun. The gun you got from Lance was likely ripped from the Bad Badger's costume. Where'd the other gun come from? I don't know. Fuck! The gun you got from Lance. Oh, the other gun came from... Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. That's where the other gun is. The gun you got from Lance, that would be...
Objection!
Fuck. Monk's like, even your subordinate won't even cover for you. That's good, though. You don't surround yourself with yes men. I can respect that. He doesn't seem to be, when Lung says that, he says, like... Edgeworth just kind of looks at him for a second, like kind of taken aback that he just said that so directly. Like, yeah, you don't surround yourself with yes men. I can respect that. And Edgeworth's thinking, like, and you and your 99 Dalmatians of people, of dudes who salute you and say, yes, Shifu! At every single, whatever you want to do. He's like, okay. Use the gun you got from Lance. Is it this? The stolen costume? Yeah, because this would... You couldn't have gotten the gun from Lance. Please. God damn it. Well, we're gonna... I'll figure... Okay. I think your half-baked logic needs some more time in the oven, Mr. Prosecutor. You guys! What are you waiting for? An engraved invitation? Why does he say engraved? Like, engraved as opposed to written. An engraved invitation? Take this young lady away. Wait! We still don't know the truth behind what's happened. It's alright. I need to pay the price for what I've done. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. I can't fucking believe that is so... They let you retry with full health. That's good. That's good. I was just astonished. Okay. The gun you got from Lance. The other person crumpled to the ground, and he ran. The badger pointed the gun in his left... This is probably going to be the last question. The badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Is it there? Like, aiming to shoot you dead? Is that what the contradiction is?
was like torn from the costume. And how do we prove it was torn from the costume? How do we figure it was ripped from the costume? Someone else needed another gun. Why would someone else need another gun? Body was moved from somewhere. Oh my god, this might- oh wait, I think I got- The other person crumpled to the ground, and you ran, scared for your life. Is it- this isn't it. I think I tried doing- didn't I? There should be evidence of blood at the real murder site. And this... Where did this take place? Where... At the stadium, okay. It was at the stadium. And we know for a fact that it did not... The crime did not take place at the stadium because the stadium... No blood there. No blood there. That was apparently webcam worthy. No blood there. Oh, have I not had my light source on, or did it go out? I think it went out. I just didn't even notice. Aiming to shoot you dead. Where did I lose track of where I was going with that? No.
Objection!
No, damn it. I'll get the Jabot line, thank you. Listen, and then look through the evidence. At the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. Don't just guess. Don't just guess and like present and just throw things out like a certain defense lawyer. Blue badger. Okay. I think I presented this at this statement already, didn't I? There was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. This head was left in the isolation room. There's only one of each badger in the park. It won't be this, is it?
Objection!
Yeah, I'm not gonna guess. Guesses. Think. There's a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. Because you have to think, like, the badger wouldn't have his... The badger's hand would be occupied by the gun or the suitcase, and you have to think of which one the gun was... You have to think of where the gun was ripped from. Ah, this is really good. This is super good. It's making me... It makes you rethink everything up to this point. Let's see. You used the gun you got from Lance. I feel like I presented this too, didn't I?
Objection!
Seems like it. Alright. Gun you got from Lance. Gun you got from Lance. Tell me more.
Hold it!
The other person crumpled to the ground. And you ran with a gunshot. Body was moved from somewhere. Because at the stadium. Yeah, the first statement would be that'd be a clever place to hide. To hide it. Yeah, it couldn't have been there, honey, because you couldn't have killed him there, honey, because... Oh, shit. At the stadium. Yeah, that was at the stadium. Yeah, we were able to prove definitively that it didn't take place at the stadium, right?
Objection!
It's gonna feel so good when I finally get it. Which is why I don't want to guess. Yeah, part of the Ace Attorney streams, you're gonna get stuck on something for like half an hour. You gotta prepare for... You gotta accept that. At the stadium. There's a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. Aiming to shoot you dead, that's why I used the gun you got from... That looks like a right hand.
Objection!
Damn it! Oh, I'm digging. Fuck. It's parked inside the Wild Wild West area garage. You used the gun you got from Lance. That sticks out. I didn't present this there, did I? Here's our other gun. Stole a gun from a prison guard during his escape. Also think about which evidence has and has not been brought out during this confrontation. Okay. Body was moved from somewhere. There's a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground and you ran. Costumes separating the head and body. That badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Is it here?
Objection!
Damn it. Because if the bad badger's head was left in the isolation room, there's another badger head there's somebody's... Fuck, it's the math. Of course it's the math. Okay. Okay, think outside of the box. Turn it around. Remember what actually happened if you can. Pointing the gun in his left hand at you, aiming to shoot you dead. There was a badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. I think it was the proto badger, wasn't it? Dun, 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 dun. The tails of it. Fuck.
Hold it!
Ransom money. Yeah. That's what he told me. Okay. That's what he told you.
Hold
Give me
it!
that again, please. It's the ransom money. Yes. Able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. Because he was holding the ransom money. All thanks to what Lance told you, and what did he tell you? He told you in your cell phone. So Mr. Deacon betrayed us and ran off with the ransom money. I'm sure he did. That's very convenient for him. And about how he had a gun. How would he know that? That badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. And where does... Okay, if Lance gives her a gun, somebody in Mr. Deacon is shot dead. He was killed with his own gun. I think we can assume. It's not... It's not this, is it?
Objection!
No, it's not. Because it's like... Fuck. Of course, no, you're not you're not connecting it. You're not thinking. Like, you're thinking ahead, but you're not thinking, like, step by step. You use the gun you got from Lance. Capable of firing blanks. Evidence of blood at the real murder site.
Hold it!
Yeah, that was the... No, wait. I was like, I pressed everything, didn't I? That badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Was that added? I think that was added, right? No, that wasn't. That's why you used the gun you got from Lance. No, I already presented this. Is it this? Because the bad badger is the only one with a gun? And where did the other gun come from?
Objection!
No. Here's the gun you got from Lance. Detailed Oliver Deacon's real name and history.
Hold it!
Take off immediately, yes. And you... No. Very carefully to her confession. Because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. At the stadium. That badger pointed the gun. I'm trying to think of it from like her perspective. That badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. It's not the dossier, is it? Why do I have a weird feeling suddenly that it's the dossier? Not like a weird feeling like, oh, into it, but like a strange feeling of deja vu just overcame me. And not in like the, oh, I played this game before way, but like the kind of deja vu that's like, what the fuck? I felt like I've done this before, but temporally I never have. It's not the dossier. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground, and you ran. The other person crumpled to the ground.
There was a gunshot. The other person crumbled to the ground. Those could be two unrelated events. Why would the other person crumble to the ground for no reason? Yeah, you'd have to think that. That's how she's describing it. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. I guess, yeah, it's like, where did the other gun come from? But I didn't present this. I did present this already, didn't I? Was ripped from, it's capable of... Wait a minute. Badger pointed the gun in his left hand. What's up? The badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me and shoot me dead. But it was ripped from the costume, right? It's not this. I don't think it's this.
Objection!
You just close your eyes and you hope you hear the music stop. Because this does come into play later, the fact that he stole a gun from a guard during his escape. I remember just enough to make it through all the parts and make it look like I know what I'm doing, and it's like, oh, fuck. Now you have all the pieces, you gotta assemble it. I'm so conscious of what you look like playing video games. I think everybody is. It's like performance anxiety, kinda. I think I'm over that mostly, maybe. Some of it's ego. The gun you got from Lance. Okay. Where did he give you the...
Hold it!
Where did Lance get the gun? About to die, so...
Hold it!
There's a gunshot. Pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Is it this? Do they want me to be like... Does it want me to be like, no, dude, because it was the bad badger, it was... Well, no, that's the whole thing. It's the whole thing. I wonder, it's gotta be... This is what I mean when I say it's like, when I talk about being really interested in the localization process when it comes to the cross-examination segments specifically, because you really have to write these sentences and get the information across and have it succinct, right? So that it fits on the screen and fits in the testimony overall. And make sure that the player is able to deduce, is able to be able to look at that statement and recognize that there's something weird with it and put it together. So being able to translate that from one language to another cannot be an easy feat. So I've always been really interested in that process. There's a bad badger pulling the suitcase with 100. It's so obvious. It must be. Badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. Okay, let's think again. Let's think again. Let's say this was Lance. Just for argument's sake, let's say that the bad badger was Lance.
He could be in the Bad Badger's costume. Or excuse me, he could be in anybody's costume. He could be in the Proto Badger's costume, but just have the Bad Badger's head on. There was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. Yeah, I guess you can't exactly prove when it was left in the isolation room. There's no blood in it. Due to the footprints' shape and the lack of blood. Oh yeah, this costume should be bloody, shouldn't it? The other person crumpled to the ground and you ran. This costume should be bloody then. I don't know why I cover one eye like this. This has to be the astigmatism thing, right? Because I think this is the eye with it. Well, that wouldn't make any sense. Why do I cover this one up? Wouldn't I be covering up this one? Is that how you get an astigmatism? Oh, I feel like I presented this already. The other person crumpled to the ground. No. I'll stuff the jabot in my mouth. My half-baked logic needs more time in the oven. Okay, you'll think about this. Oh man, when it gets to certain parts in case 5 in particular. This might turn to a fucking... That might be a 5-hour stream. Yes, please retry. Okay. There's a gunshot, the other person crumpled. You used the gun you got from Lance. The Badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That Badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me. There's only one of each Badger in the park. That Badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why you got used the gun you got from Lance. And presumably Lance got the gun from, like, do we have confirmation that he got it from the, I mean we do, but do we have confirmation that she knows that she got the gun from him? Ah, I see, okay. And about how he had a gun. You used the gun you got from Lance. It's not the dossier, is it?
Objection!
No. I'm guessing. You hungry, pizza boy? Pretty what? Fuck. Edgeworth's like, it worked! It worked! It worked! He's like, no, that's ridiculous. He's thinking to himself, that's ridiculous. No. Telepathy isn't real. Maybe I should... He's like, what if I try thinking of a different food? As long as I'm hungry. You know? He's like, I understand. Lung's like, that's just the way Edgeworth said that and the way he cocked his eyebrow at him. He's like, what the hell are you doing? Fucking prosecutors. No, just this one.
You used the gun you got from Lance. Was it that he had his own gun? That he would have been fine?
Objection!
Oh man. Come on. You can think about this.
Hold it!
Just on the off chance that I've squeezed out a statement that I don't remember. Not squeeze.
Hold it!
The ransom money.
Hold it!
I need to shoot you dead and you felt your life was in danger. Damn it, I know what this is. That badger. I thought it was this.
Objection!
New food is not going to manifest in the fridge, no matter how many times you present this one. Fuck. This one's tough. Perhaps not for you at home. You're brilliant. You're brilliant. You should go to law school. Let's see. It's ripped from the Bad Badger costume. It's capable of firing blanks. Yes. Am I focusing too much on the gun aspect? There's a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with $1 million in it. At the stadium. Mobile shop on 3 wheels is parked inside the Wild Wild West area garage. How close is that to the stadium again? It's very close to the stadium. It's a stone's throw away from the stadium. I don't know about stone's throw away. A couple blocks away, maybe. A couple blocks away, maybe. Because I was thinking, like, where are you pulling the suitcase? This was parked inside the garage. Wait, where's the Badgermobile? Where is it originally from? Where do we see them? Yeah, we see them around the stadium. At least the 2 pink Badgermobiles, anyway. Damn it. So I was thinking, like, if you're hauling the suitcase, why wouldn't you just move it? If you're going to be moving the body, or let's say if you're in the process of shuffling if you're trying to get rid of a body in this process, and we've already established that it's likely that the body was moved using the blue Badgermobile. Was killed elsewhere and then moved, which implies that there should be evidence of blood at the real murder site. So why didn't the mobile shop on 3 wheels?
contradict? Because like, why would you, if you move if you were gonna move the body, why would you still be pulling the suitcase? Is that not what's happening? We'd have to think, because then he would have to be dead before that. First kill, then shove body into Badgermobile. You'd think you'd move the suitcase there. Dead, that's why he used the gun unit from Lance. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground and he ran. This doesn't directly contradict anything though. Likely wearing one. I'll be right back. 1 second? Maybe if I get some brain food. doesn't it say that this motherfucker's right-handed? Did I miss that? Did you see that? Did you fucking see that? Sex, male. Dominant hand, right.
Objection!
I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed.
Then
The person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun with was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Are you as good, Agent Lung? Yeah. I assume you know how to use a firearm. Yeah, I don't open carry, but I don't need a gun. Good. Nor do I. All I need is logic. Yeah. No. I was thinking, all I need is a slice of pizza right about now. And he's like, oh, shut the fuck up. What was Edward trying to, like, telepathically make him think of next? Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lung, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who's never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier.
there was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it.
According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops?
Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face.
But if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction there. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. No, both are correct. They are both correct. Impossible! That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pops' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? Ace Attorney out of context. How the fuck can you contextualize Ace Attorney except in the context of Ace Attorney? I mean, that's the whole thing. You know what I mean. Title. But what if that Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands.
Take that!
The costumes have two parts to them, the head and the body.
Oh, I get it now.
The head Miss Pops saw was probably really the head of the Bad Badger. However, is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger? Yes. Or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the Bad Badger Miss Pops saw actually... Wait, hold on. The body of the Bad Badger Miss Pops saw really belonged to this badger. That Lance was the proto-badger. Right?
Take that!
What? The heck is it?
It's the proto-badger.
Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. He's like, no. He's like, no. Excuse me. He's like, ma'am, I'm doing something here. Too late. Well, not really, because she showed up first. She showed up with him. You know what I mean? You know what I mean.
I suppose I don't.
The hell are you trying to do? What the hell are you trying to... Psychological warfare with my subordinates now? Get real. You seem to think very highly of my methods, Agent Lung. Is that what you think? Well, not my methods, but you seem to think highly of me if you think that I can employ such things off the top of my head. It's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. Can people with, like, red-blue color blindness differentiate between... or red-green color blindness differentiate between... They have No, I don't think... No, they wouldn't have trouble with pink. Somebody fact-check me. I'm pretty sure it's red. And if you're asking, Violet, do you headcanon Lung having color blindness purely because of the wolf and the dog thing? And the answer is yes. Yes, I do. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the proto-badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the proto-badger costume?
That would be... Lance!
Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And it's... Wait a second. Wait a fucking second. You know where to use that hyphen, Capcom. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim, it was all done so that she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There is but one reason. Lance Amano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No! That's slander! Take it back! You take it back right now! Do you know who my father is, dude? You don't want to find out! It's a good thing I'm not interested. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything? Oh, you don't pay attention, do you? It depends. You don't pay attention, do you? Maybe Lung says that. He's like, you don't pay attention, do you, kid? And Edward's like, oh, he's catching on. It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto-Badger's bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course. Logically, if he'd been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he'd thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet.
Take that!
We found one half of a Bad Badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus, it was missing something. Oh man, I guess we don't get dialogue about how Kay feels bad for the badger being thrown in the trash. I'm like, she assigns feelings to objects too. I feel that. That's a neurodivergent trait, apparently. I don't know if... Listen, I don't know if... You're telling me I'm supposed to look at this little guy and just, like, throw him against a wall and be like, no, he doesn't have feelings because I can't see him move and walk around.
should have asked you before I got you on camera. He just wants to go back to sleep. It's alright, buddy. Oh, my hair's a fucking mess today, god. I look like I drowned something. Plus, it was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus, it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun you use now?
I threw it away into the sea.
That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although, I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame.
Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was being restrained by Lance.
She saw the victim in the state of being restrained? What Miss Pop saw?
I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape.
So, Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right?
We thought that it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage at the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone.
Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes, which means that the victim was still alive at that time. Wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. It's a very neurotypical way of saying that. I love him so much. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. Rebuttal, what Miss Pop saw.
I came back to the hideout long after the other two.
Hold it!
When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout?
It was after we'd picked up the ransom money.
And where were you up until the time you'd returned?
I was scouting the park out and making preparations for our escape. I walked around in the various areas looking for the best route.
Ah, so each of them had their own roles to play.
After I was done, I went back to the hideout. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon.
How did Lance look at that time?
He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. When I saw that sadness in his eyes,
Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
He tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door.
Hold it!
You're sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw?
Yes, I'm certain of what I saw.
Did you go into the other room to check?
Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul.
Then, are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself?
I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon.
She saw a bad badger head? Well, I think that... Speaking of time frames...
The captive had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
So the tied-up Mr. Deacon was still in his bad badger costume.
Yes. And?
It would appear that she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? I'd like to listen to her other statement, just for the sake of being thorough. Perhaps I should listen to more of what she has to say.
After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape.
Hold it!
I assume you two split up, but plan to rendezvous later at a set time and place?
Yes, we planned to meet up at the stage, and then I left the hideout not long after.
And what about the ransom money?
You mean that absolutely tasteless suitcase? Lance was supposed to bring that with him.
But Oliver stole it from me, along with the gun, when he escaped.
If Mr. Deacon was alive in the hideout, then the murder must have happened after that. Meaning, it probably all went down at the stage. I mean, I can't really see why Miss Pops would lie at a time like this, you know?
Okay, I don't think she's lying, but rather that she's making a bad assumption.
She is?
Yes, and I intend to show what that bad assumption is. I think He tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. Really? He didn't seem too secure. In the room next door. In the room next door to their hideout. Oh no, we have one more.
Hold it!
We still have this. Should I raise an objection? Absolutely. The person you saw was not the victim.
What? Why not?
I will tell you why not. With this. This, Miss Pops, shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. That's right, when she was looking into the person you saw was not the victim. Now you're ahead of me. Oh yeah, it was you. It was you. It was you, but what proves that? The person you saw was not the victim. Is it this? Like, it's this or his fucking badge. The person you saw was not the victim. The lack of blood around the body suggests the victim was killed elsewhere and then moved. The bad assumption. Your bad assumption is... And I don't blame her for this, but bad assumption number one is thinking Lance is a good guy. Yeah, it was you. You were the one tied up there. Likely wearing the victim's costume. He was likely wearing one due to the footprint shape and the lack of blood.
still in his bad badger costume. At least if I get it when I get it wrong, I'll get a treat. Is this it again?
Take that!
Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all.
Huh?
The person you actually saw was this person. It... He has to admit this in front of Lung. He's like, it was me.
Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, what the hell? Oh, I'll catch you up. It's another British thing. I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me, even after I'd handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? You showed Miss Pop's lungs like totally bogus, huh? Totally bogus, I bet. He's looking at Lance like... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on. And then you made your costumed escape together. Or so you pretended.
Huh? What do you mean he pretended?
Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He then escaped via the passageway.
Not so fast!
Hold your tongue, boy. Boy! Listen here. I am not your boy, you simpleton. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. And what are you talking about my mouth for? Tidal wave? Tidal wave? I love that that's what he focused on. Oops, that's not the webcam. Tidal wave? The whole sentence. In that tidal wave of words coming out of that Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment, all of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to that beam.
I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see? It would seem that you can't prove a thing. Who the hell said that? Please, wait. Mr. Amano. Miles, my boy. It looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad! Let's see. You are the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yep, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh? Do you now? Yo! Is that what I think it is?
It's the Bad Badger costume the victim was wearing! And a gun.
I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. Lung's like, holy shit, your country's police are bad. You guys have to be like, fuck it, we'll do it ourselves. Good God. No wonder it's in the state it's in. Objection! Relevance. I thought we agreed we're not in the courtroom. Sustained. What the you can't sustain your own fucking objection, I'm pretty sure. Well, you've never set foot inside a court, have you now? Oh, right. Sorry. Yes, well, it appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There now. Agent Lung, please calm down. Huh? The hell's that scrap of paper? The hell's that scrap of paper? Sheena, I can't read.
This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says.
What? The Chief of Police? What the... Just who does he think he is?
The person who wields the highest authority in this area. The person who wields the highest authority in this area.
There now. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. No. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. Can't really say no to that. God. Edward's like, you would make a terrible vampire. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Well, someone would just ask you if you were a vampire, and you would say no. You would admit to it. You would say yes. What does that have to do with anything? He's like, well, a vampire can only enter if, and he has this. He's kind of looking at Lung like trying to looking at him in the eyes like I'm messing with you, right? Like, you know, if you invite a vampire cannot enter your domicile without you having invited them inside first. So if you ask a vampire if they're a vampire and you answer honestly, well, obviously they're not going to let you inside. And before you ask, what I'm getting at is that I fear that you would be far too straightforward to survive any vampire hunters, Agent Lung. Somehow that's the most insulting fucking thing you've said to me this entire time. Oh shit. Fuck, sorry. He's like, he remembers Kay's there.
You can cuss in front of me, I don't care.
He's like, I have nieces. I gotta stay out of the habit of it, you know? Which is true. To me. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, it doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright now, let's take a look at this new evidence. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's insane. Yeah, it's a good thing he's on our side this time, but clearly it's not. Nobody feels good about this, really. Edgeworth doesn't feel good about this. Lung is like, this is fucking ridiculous, but we have the evidence here anyway. The only person who's feeling good about this is Dad. Which, I mean, like, as a parent, God, this has to hurt from Edgeworth's perspective, too. Like, you know, Manfred wouldn't do any of this shit. Any of this. He's like, oh, you were Manfred's beloved disciple. And it's like, no, Manfred resented him, actually. He played the long game. Fuck. He didn't resent Edgeworth. Manfred was the clockwork to Edgeworth's Cooper. There we go. I've already got the results. It's the same. Pretzels is the same. It all goes back to the same thing. Ace Attorney, Assassin's Creed. It's the same. Animal Crossing, Sonic the Hedgehog. It's all the same thing.
I've already got the results back. I had a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the tests. Lung's like, oh my god. He just looks like kind of unnerved at this point, like exasperated and like, and now he's just like disturbed. He's just like, wow. Even Japanifornia. What a free country. They verified that the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren! What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son so much stress and heartache! Oh, thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence? Huh, I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. There's a shard of glass in there. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head that can place it at the scene.
Hey, they sparkle! I bet they're really valuable.
Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? Mirror fragments data jotted down by organizer. Yeah, why were they found in the victim's costume in the first place? That's interesting. The pendant was also found in the head of the... what was it, the fucking Blue Badger costume? This is really a who's on first series of... This kind of is a who's on first thing. This bullet hole.
It looks kind of burnt around the edges.
Wait! Those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is a most important fact.
Why's that?
Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Alright, 1 time the shooting gunpowder burns proof he was shot from point-blank. Oof. Ow. No, just point-blank from here? Ow. Fuck. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Revolver data jotted down in my organizer. Well, let's see how many bullets are in it. Used to kill Deacon. Was originally stolen from guard by victim during escape. I can't fucking believe it was a left and right hand thing. Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Thanks, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. I told you. God, it's so good! Ah, the pursuit themes. Ah, there's not a... I was gonna say there's not a bad pursuit theme in the game, but Spirit of Justice is mid. I don't even remember that one. Like, Dual Destinies had one that was fire as fuck. Especially with the mood matrix, like the heartbeat, that was pretty cool. And when the lawyer graveyard in Spirit of Justice, it's like, when you manage to break, when I can no longer suspend disbelief in an Ace Attorney game, there is something seriously wrong. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun, and they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. Yeah, you can't throw her under the bus, and you can't throw her under the... You can't have your cake and eat it too, kid. Throw her under the bus and act like you didn't do it. The fingerprints on the weapon,
Oh no! This isn't helpful at all!
Look, Mr. Edgeworth. All I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, That may be all you can do for now, however. I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? Do you want the cuffs off, dude? I'm sure we can get somebody to help you with that. Decisive evidence. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. Like, the positioning of the street lamps kind of makes it look like he's wearing a little hat. Okay.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints. Are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy Oh, Emma's not a sellout. Also, in a quick aside, I love how she's so jaded and, like tired in Apollo Justice, because she's part of the system as a forensic scientist, and she sees shit. She sees corruption. She sees people looking the other way. She sees people taking bribes. She sees coroners get paid to write off this death as actually a cause of this or whatever. And she's just like, I was just in it for the science and for someone who saved my life, but fuck. A reality check. I love her so much. God, the characterization of this attorney is fucking fantastic. Through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? And what should I do? Should I raise an objection? Of course. I wonder what happens when you don't do that here. So we have the magic 8-ball. Magic 8-ball, should we see what happens if we don't raise an objection here? It says outlook good. Just out of curiosity. Like, what is it? Oh, ladder, okay. Oh god, listen to that guitar. Don't. Perhaps I should wait and see how this pans out first. Oh, okay, it wasn't like one of those... okay, I thought it was gonna be like a game over moment. And they proved that it was Lolly who killed Oliver.
Hold it!
You sure are calm for someone who's accusing his own girlfriend of murder. You have it all wrong! Allowing her to pay the price is a form of love. Oh, yeah, you gotta dump him, girl. You never wanted to be with him in the first place. You have it all wrong! Allowing her to pay the price is a form of love. She says that she also wants to pay back her debt to society, but Oliver was also after Lolly's life. And why do you believe that the victim was set on taking Mrs. Pops' life? I suppose because he wanted to silence her, to keep her quiet, because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping. In that case, why did he not target you as well? That's because, 100%, whenever somebody, like, stages their own kidnapping, they're like, oh, well, they threatened the other person, you know? And that's what happened. It's like, why didn't they threaten you? You're the one who got kidnapped. They should have taken care of you first. That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father. Right you are. Even if it cost me millions, I would have had the killer found. If Greg had millions, I think he would struggle greatly with the ethical quandary, but he would do what any parent would. He's like, I'm gonna spend every goddamn cent to rescue my son from Manfred von Karma. Oh god, this pursuit. God, the arranged theme is so good. I've said that 400 times and you're gonna hear it 400 more.
I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason. However, I digress. Look, more than why he didn't kill me, I'm worried about what'll happen to Lolly. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
Hold it!
Justified self-defense? I suppose that is a possibility, given the circumstances. Really? Oh, thank goodness. However, self-defense was not necessary in this case. Yeah, because she had a gun too. What do you mean? Miss Pops is innocent. Well, that too. She didn't do anything. So why would she need to defend herself from nothing? You still don't believe a word I say, do you? No, I don't think he does. I need to think. Right. Sorry, pardon me. I thought all you could do was just sit there and look pretty. I didn't know you could do both at once. Edgeworth's like, well, we'll touch on that later. I can walk and talk at the same time. Fido. Someone's like, what? Maybe that's like too American culture, like, dog name for it to be. Someone's like, what? What are you talking about? He's like, what are you talking about? No, it's like, of course Lung would hear it. I don't know. We'll see if I want to see if like the Manila vanilla folder thing, and I think it's case 4, is corrected. His entire argument hinges on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. However, the truth does not lie there. It lies in whatever he's hiding from me, but not for long. The truth does not lie there. Let's see. Was it the second statement or the first?
Hold it!
Yep, raise an objection. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's prints should be on that gun to begin with. Yeah, they should have been washed off. And the reason why Miss Pop's prints should not be on the gun is... Or actually, no, they're gloves. Costumes. Yeah. This...
Take that!
I think. With this piece of evidence, there is no reason for her to have left prints at all. Which piece is that? Look here! This is what I speak of. Your logic is so hard to follow, you should provide a map. Ugh! That one was pretty weak. That one was kind of weak. You gotta do better than that one. Even if she did it, there is something specific that makes it impossible to leave prints. I know. I know.
Hold it!
I know, I was so annoyed. I'm not. Raise an objection. Should not be on the gun that used to kill Deacon was a ritual. Oh, I haven't looked at this. Is that a Colt? That must be a reference to a Colt. Like a Colt action. Like a Colt revolver. The horse. Come on. Will you let me look at this? God, if you would have told me you could do this on the PlayStation 15 years ago, I would have been like, what? I would have lost my mind. They found Miss Pop's fingerprints on this gun.
Can you let me hold it? Can you let me hold it for a sec?
Absolutely not. I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle. You shouldn't because she's a teenage girl, and she's not a cop, and she's not a lot. She's a. He's talking to her. What is where? It was being stuck on the right hand thing that threw me off. That threw off my groove. No, I'm firing on cylinders that are blowing out, but it's still a really fun ride. I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. Lung looks at him like that's not the only reason you don't want her to handle it, right? He's like, no. I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. Besides, Miss Pops' prints are on it.
Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. I just want to take a look, that's all. It's not like I'm gonna run off with it. The only thing is I don't return her treasures.
Stealing either one would land you in jail, you know.
And?
Kay. Please, don't... This is no laughing matter. I'm serious.
Why are you making that funny face?
Kay, 25 years of your life. You haven't lived 25 years yet. Imagine imagine the first day of the rest of your life being...
Yeah, I've heard it before.
Have you? Lung's like, hey, she's not the one being interrogated here.
Thank you!
The reason they shouldn't be on the gun is... I mean, they're all in costumes. That's what I was trying to say. Right?
Take that!
There we go. It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints in the murder weapon. Because, while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Did you find them or did you find them? Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? I think wouldn't seawater wash away fingerprints? Because I know it doesn't always wash away blood or, you know, any other types of trace fluids, right? Like, you know, for example, I don't think, well, I was to say, would luminol work on something that had been doused in seawater? Because you're working with, like, different minerals and stuff.
Oh yes! As a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house.
To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pop's prints found their way onto the gun. This was pretty mad. Pretty mad, not confused that they found prints. Not confused that they were still there. What? Not like, what? They were wrong? But... Do you understand now? Do you understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer.
Oh, Lance!
What? No way! I'm incredibly worried about her! But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all.
Take that!
Oops. That was so confident. I need a drink of water. This piece of evidence, well... Yeah, do that before we get the you fucked up line. Muted the wrong thing. This piece of evidence proves that the real crime scene is not, in fact, the stadium. Mr. Prosecutor, I'd have to rate that piece of logic a 0 out of 10. 0? It's at least a 6.8 out of 10. This is why you can't miss stuff like that, man. Oh, God, I love this game so much. And there's another! And it's even better than this one. This one's already great, but, like, the second one, the squeakquel, for this time actually is fantastic. At this rate, Lolly's gonna wind up getting arrested. I must remain calm and think clearly. He'd like that, wouldn't he? If the murder did not happen at the stadium, then the scenario where the victim was up on the stage and Miss Potts was down below, there must be something that invalidates it. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. There must be something that invalidates it. I mean, the blood, right?
Take that!
Fuck. I'd have to rate that piece of logic as 0 out of 10. 0! It's at least a 6.8 out of 10. 6.8. I love how he humored that, right? Like, normally Edgeworth wouldn't humor that kind of shit. But at this point, he's like, it's at least a 6.8. In the scenario where the victim was up on the stage and Miss Potts was down below, there must be something that invalidates it. The stadium at all. He shot point blank. I could have sworn knee-jerk that this was it. Is it the pendant, or is he trying to imply that it was planted? No. 0 out of 10. Still 0. Still? Yep. Hard 0 out of 10. You really... That is a 6.8 for you. I've seen... No, that's not a 6.8. For you, that's more like a 3.2. Really? Yeah. You're underselling your own logic. But you're still wrong. Right. The real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. You have many badger heads. Worn at the time of the shooting. Gunpowder burn is proof he was shot from point blank.
Take that!
Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then, I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. Right here.
Take that!
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range.
Ah! So you mean the murder Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium was really...
Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is, then? Oh, this is good. Oh, yes! Oh, God, I've been listening... Ah, fuck. God, it's so good. Yeah, it's like, yeah, Violet, we got the music good. It's so good. It's so fucking good. Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that.
And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was imprisoned was... I've got it! I know the real scene of the murder! The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here!
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Stay with me. Alright. Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? I wonder what that portrait on the floor was a portrait of. And if there's like an Easter egg there.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. I do have a fan case with Lung's family and like one of his family members is murdered and some whatever. No! I give out ideas for free. Original fan case. Do not steal! Nobody gives a fuck. No, but I don't want to give all the spoilers away before I'm like, I want to make an Ace Attorney fan case so bad, dude. Like, bucket list. I like a playable one. I have at least two. I think there's a third one somewhere. These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Indeed. You don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume.
Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous.
That's the dangerous thing in this costume. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of no, that's not Edgeworth. I think it would be one place I can think of where there are a plethora of mirror fragments. You're referring to the plethora of mirror fragments. That is... After 16 years, I know, I'm not like this with other people. I'm not like this with people at all. It's the price tag on this. However, there is one place I can think of where there are a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. Lung's like, I bet you always play as Professor Plum. And I assume you're Colonel Mustard. Shut the fuck up. With a smile, like, yeah, you got it on the money. After that, you stole the blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the blue Badgermobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet! Yes, please, do something! Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense! Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you! I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena! Wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout?
Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house.
You see? Isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? That is true. But, Agent Lung, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Lung Chi says, on Truth's path, the word probability does not exist. Edgeworth's like, you made that one up. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you?
Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunt? I mean, it's the fucking end of the case, you better. at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet, but... Agent Lung, please don't shout at me. You're shouting at me! I'm sorry. We are outdoors, but our outdoor voice isn't always necessary. Lung's like, stop confusing me. I don't know what happened here. Stop. I already don't know what happened here. Stop being so nice. I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder.
What now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Agent Lung, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house.
Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission?
No. It's to set the ambiance, of course, Agent Lung. Lung's like, That's why he's breathing heavily now. Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright. Permission granted, but you're not to touch a single thing. Got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena! He's like, yeah, we're on the same page. Okay, we are officially on the same page now. Sheena! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Who the hell was that? The way he took his sunglasses off. Who was that? No. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano? Agent Lung, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena! I can't read. That's not it. I think Lung actually speaks like 9 languages. But he never boasts about that. I don't know. But I also don't think that he's not the type to crack the whip at his subordinates. He's very respectful, right? Everybody's a number 1. Everybody has a name that their parents gave them, all that. Maybe Edgeworth asks him later, why do you have her read everything? Well, when some of the documents are written in red ink, it's fucking impossible. It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed? Read it out loud! Say please! Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the Haunted House to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of $1 million, paid in full in cash. What? As you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house.
Are you kidding? When did you?
I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. Yeah, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. I want to see you in the it's not going to happen. I want to see you. I want to see your profile in the next case. And I don't want to see your sprite moving. That $1 million you paid? Don't tell me it wasn't. Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lung, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy. Before I really lose my temper. Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. To be continued. I was like, damn, that's not... Whoa! There's a whole ass... Da-da-da-da. Yes, I would like to save. I'm like, there's a whole ass... We go back to the haunted house. Final confrontation ladder. Psych. Ladder! Final confrontation ladder. Oh my god. So silly. Okay. God damn it! It's 5 hours? What time is it? It's 4 in the morning! I had so much fun. Okay? Alright. If you tuned into the stream, thank you so much for tuning into the stream. If you're watching the VOD, thank you so much for watching the VOD. I can't believe I got stuck in the fucking left right-handed thing. It's that, like, that's the thing. It's so simple. Anyway, this is really fun. Really, really, really fun. I would love to take advantage of the time to myself that I have for the next few days, so it's likely that, you know, I think the audio is good where it is now, so it's likely I'll probably stream this again tomorrow. Possibly around the same time, I don't know. Who knows, but tomorrow. At least 7 to 9 to 10 to 11 specific standard time. Okay. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you later.